Test, test.
Do you have a microphone? Can you restart the slides, please? Can you restart the slides?
The slides are working there.
No. Turn them off and back on. Because I make changes. Okay. For me, it's really weird to talk to a cube. It's the first time I'm talking to a cube. So, good morning, everyone. Welcome to NP3 of Ice and Fire. Okay. Okay. So, we're really happy to have you all here. And to properly start the day, I would first like to invite Phoebe to officially open the NP.
Good morning. How's the energy level? Please, a bit more convinced. Woo! Okay, great. Yes, I prepared a speech, but I think I'm just going to wing it a little bit. Today, I am very emotional because last year we got elected in this exact same room. So now it's very weird to be here again. But we have a lot of important things to discuss this weekend. The first one is we're going to elect the new national board. No, okay. And our supervisory structures as well, along with our permanent CT. So I'm very excited to see how that is going to go. It's the first year we are introducing this. So we have a lot to unpack this weekend, and I really hope we're going to have a good time. It's also our last NP, so let's try to all have fun, enjoy the moment, and be respectful of each other as well. And yes, have a good weekend. Yay!
Yes, thank you very much. And now I would like to give the words to the OC, to the representatives of the OC, for a couple of words.
All right. Hello, people. How is everyone doing? Did you guys have fun yesterday? I hope so. I hope you all like Groningen, and we have amazing weather this weekend. So hopefully it will be nice and you will all enjoy. So I'm Joe, if you already don't know, which would be crazy because I've been spamming you for weeks at this point. I'm the co-head of OC next to Jan Philip.
Hello.
I thought there would be a picture with all of us here. No, not here. The picture with the OC that I sent you later. Okay. Never mind. So we also have 6 other people who are helping us. Leah, who's our president in the first row, Paul, our treasurer, and some other people. A few short announcements on my side. Registration will happen during the coffee break. So just come to me in this room, like at the end of, in the corner there, and I'll get your badges and goodie bags and everything. Other than that, if you have any issues, please text me. I'm chronically online, so I'm always going to answer you very quickly. And we're going to figure out the extension cord situation over the coffee break.
Yes, regarding the coffee breaks, they happen in the canteen. So when you enter this room, you go to the left, there's the courtyard. You see the blue building, you will go to the right through the rotating doors, and then to the left upstairs. However, we will also go together. There's also the lunch, the coffee breaks, there's vending machines. Toilets are out of this room to the left. Then rules in this building, please don't leave any trash. That would be super nice because I don't really have to clean it up. This is a no smoking campus, so ideally you smoke on the sidewalk of the building and not in the courtyard.
Or like you will see some blue lines, you have to be outside of the blue line. So that's how you know you're fine.
Other than that, no other announcements for me.
Thank you very much. All right, so now we're going to start with a bit of the rules of the game and how we're going to proceed in the next 2 days. But before that, we would like to present ourselves because you will be seeing our faces for the next 2 days a lot. First of all, I'm Nelly, born and raised in Sofia, Bulgaria. I've graduated marketing and strategic planning in a university in Sofia, UNWE, which is also my local section. I did my Erasmus in Spain, in Alicante, and now I'm currently employed. I'm self-employed, which gives me a lot of time to travel around and also decide on how I design my day. This is my 5th ESN event in the past month. It has been a crazy journey, marathon, I dare say, but it's also one of my last marathons in ESN, and it's such an honor to be here. It's a very important event. You will hear about it, why though, later. And if you want to win my heart, I love taking photos, both of things and of me. I love dark chocolate, and coffee is always for the win. Okay, so now I'm going to pass the words to Paulina, our vice chair.
Hi everyone, my name is Paulina. I'm from Poland, from Krakow. I don't know if you have ever been there. If not, you're warmly welcome there. I am living now in Barcelona. I'm not a student anymore, but I'm still in ESN. This network keeps me quite long, but I still love doing that. I have quite a knack for learning foreign languages. I'm also going to talk a little bit more in my country presentation. And I never say no to a coffee, so you know where you probably might find me. And I'm gonna pass the mic to our tech chair.
Hello there, I'm back for the 3rd time's the charm. My name is Tom, if you don't know me. I'm originally from the Netherlands, but I moved to Switzerland when I was 6, currently living in ESN Lucerne. Yes, living in ESN Lucerne, because that's currently all I do. No, I also have my own company, just like Nelly. I studied business informatics. I'm responsible today and tomorrow as technical chair, help basically with everything technical, make sure that the live stream is working, that the mic is working. So I hope you can hear me. And how to win my is basically food. Food is always good, tacos specifically. Karaoke, Jasper, I'm looking to you. And then for those that don't know, LinkedIn. So yes. Do the cricket. Oh my God.
Oh, well, that's on you. Okay, so now that Tom has already presented himself, this is our lovely OC. We already had a word from them. You will be seeing their faces a lot as well throughout these 2 days. They're here to make sure that we're comfortable. They provided this plenary room, the food that we're going to get, the social program that we're also going to enjoy, the accommodation where we're staying. So a lot of love for our OC. That meet the national board. These are the people that are responsible for a lot of the agenda and the sessions that we're going to have throughout this weekend. They have been also here representing you and guiding you throughout this full year. But yeah, again, you have them next to us, so you also get to see their faces a lot throughout the next 2 days, apart from the candidates as well. Then we have our Supervisory and Audit Commission, or the SNA members. They're here to make sure that we are following all the procedures and that everything is going according to the statutes and standing orders of ESN The Netherlands. Then we have the Council of Advice. I'm seeing John Lee here. This body is here to make sure that we, just to give advice, just to give general advice, to make sure that there is continuity, and to just pop in and say how things have been done in the past. Now, when it comes to the general rules of conduct, this space, such as any other ESN space, is guided by the code of conduct, not only of ESN International, but also of ESN The Netherlands. So by registering for the event, you have agreed to follow the code of conduct of ESN The Netherlands. You can find a link to the code of conduct in the WhatsApp community description in case you would like to check it. You're also required to follow the code of conduct of ESN International in this space, and please make sure that, please keep in mind that not following the code of conduct might lead to being excluded from the event, and nobody wants that. So let's have a lovely weekend and make sure that we follow the rules. All right, when it comes to language, I would just ask for some silence, please. I'm hearing some whispers. Thank you. Okay, as mentioned, our events are a safe and welcoming space for everyone, but please, when it comes to language, this is a very international environment, so please speak English, not only in the plenaries, but also during the coffee breaks, during the social program. Introduce yourself with your preferred pronouns if you're comfortable with this, and things like guys, girls, gals, everything, please let's not do this, and instead use everyone, folks, people, ESNers. My favorite one is peeps, so you can also feel free to steal that as well. And then when it comes to the points of contact, these are the people that you can reach out to in case you need somebody to talk to, or in case you need something to, in case you have any question. From the OC side is Joe, the person that you saw, the girl that you saw at the front, speaking in front of, on the microphone. Then from the COA, it's John Lee, our lovely person who's taking the photos right now. And then from the board, it's Phoebe, which has gone missing right now. Yes, but you saw her. She was the person opening the day. So we're going to have a quiet room as well. The OC will let us know in the announcement where that room will be, how to get there. And you can go there if you feel overwhelmed, or you want a moment for yourself, or you want to do something work-related, for example, if you're on a call, which I really hope you're not since it's Saturday. Or if you need to do something and just want to be on your own, this is the space for you to do it. And again, the OC will guide us to that space. All right. And now that we're leaving the general rules of conduct behind our backs, and we're going to proceed with the rules of the meeting. So how is this going to go procedurally? First of all, we have certain types of rules when it comes to participants. Everyone who's in this room, all participants within the established rules have the right to speak. When it comes to proposing, it's the local representatives, the GM chairing team, the national board, the council of advice, the supervisory and audit commission, and then the committee representatives. This is according to Article 13 of your statutes. And then who has the right to vote? It's the local representatives who have the delegated right to vote. All right, so how do we interact during these 2 days? We're going to be using the GA app. I was briefed by the national board that this is a very new tool that you're going to be using. I'm sure you're going to love it. We've been using it on the international level as a lot. This is the link, or you can also check the WhatsApp community description, where all the links that you're going to need for this weekend are put. Then we're going to use gestures. We're going to go over them in just a second. And then it's on us, the GMCT, plus the documents that define how we interact to make sure that we interact in a productive and constructive and respectful way. When it comes to speaking, we have 4 different ways in which we speak at the MP. First of all, we can ask a question. You can ask a question by adding yourselves to the speakers list. We're going to explain the rules of the speakers list in just a second as well. You can answer a question, of course. If you are named during a discussion, if your name pops up during a discussion, you can reply by making a comment with 2 fingers and join the queue of comments. You can also make a comment by adding something to the discussion, but that does not give you the right to add a new topic or ask a question. All questions have to be added to the speakers list. And you can make a procedural proposal by raising 1 finger, which is applicable to participants with the right to propose, which we went over in the previous slide. So when it comes to the gestures, apart from making a comment and making a reaction, we also have the sign to express appreciation and the sign to ask for silence. So if you see this line of people here with their hands raised, that's a sign for you to keep calm and silent. So when it comes to asking questions, that's a good topic here. The question rounds are managed by the GMCT or by us, only for the sessions for which they are foreseen. You're going to see in just a second in the final agenda that there are some sessions which are only foreseen to be presentations. So no question round is foreseen for those. And if you have any questions regarding these sessions, you can ask them in your free time during the coffee break, during the social program. It's up to you. We will use the GA app for the speakers list, as already mentioned. We will open the speakers list on the GA app for you to sign up during the presentation. So it's not going to be after the presentation, it's going to be during the presentation. So once the presentation starts, you can already start adding your questions to the speakers list. Then I will give you the word according to the sequence on the GA app. If you have a follow-up question, you have to add it to the speakers list and not use the comments for this. Once again, please. Anyone with the right to propose can make a procedural proposal for the speakers list to be closed. It's usually on the GMCT to make this proposal, but if anybody would like to propose it as well, feel free to do so. Then, a very important slide as well, how to ask questions effectively. So when you're asking questions, please always have the objective of the topic in mind. Think if your question is, first of all, relevant to the topic, and if it will help you reach a decision. Because at the end of the day, this space is for you to shape the future of the network and vote on what is being proposed. Please keep the respectful tone and don't make assumptions. Ask very simple, straightforward questions that cannot be interpreted in various ways. Complex questions can be confusing not only for the people that are receiving the question, but also for the audience to understand what you're asking. So please try to keep it short and straight and to the point. Very important thing, since we're using already the GA app, check if your question hasn't already been answered on the GA app. For some candidates, we received a good amount of questions. For other voting proposals, they were very limited amount. There was a very limited amount of questions, so please make sure that you also are considering when it comes to this. And also for the sake of timekeeping, questions that could have been asked before might not necessarily be allowed, or at least it will be there will be a disclaimer made that we don't have time and these questions could have been already asked on the GA app. Since there will be a few things proposed by the board, mention who you're directing the question to if the presentation is made more than one person. And when it comes to the candidacies, we're going to do group question rounds. So when you are adding a question to the speakers list, mention who you are directing that question to. And for the sake of the minutes, our lovely Paulina here is going to keep the minutes, but you are going to make her life so much easier if you provide as much of the content of your question as possible on the GA app. Default durations, and we will be very strict with this. You will see in just a second that we have a very packed agenda, especially for today. The time for you to ask a question is 20 seconds. The time for an answer is going to be 45 seconds by default, and then to make a comment, it's 30 seconds. We can impose further limits on speaking time. And we will try to also make sure, work together with the OC, that there are timers visible for everyone. When it comes to proposing, according to the standing orders of ESN The Netherlands, Article 41, you can make procedural proposals on the following things. You can propose to close the speakers list, hold a vote, request a secret vote, change the agenda, exclude a participant. Please, let's not get there. Request regarding technical, logistical, and any organizational matters, and a request to consult the statutes and standing orders on a procedure. Procedural proposals can be made at any time. They overrule the speakers list and the agenda. So whenever we see a person holding one finger in the air, we need to stop the agenda, the whatever the agenda is, and we need to respect this procedural proposal. Just a reminder that the board, the SNA, COE, the GMCT, the representatives of committees and of members of ESN The Netherlands have the right to propose. So when it comes to the rules of voting, we're going to go over these once again on Sunday, but we have two types of voting basically. It's public and secret, but for the public, we're going to do a roll call. So I'm going to sit there trying to not butcher the names of the sections in the ESN The Netherlands. I'm sorry for that. Then we're going to have a public form sent on Sunday morning via the GA app. So this will be for questions that are not urgent. And then we're going to have also the secret form sent out via the GA app. For the forms, we're going to need your emails. So when we present the agenda, it's a good time for you to go also to the agenda file, see if the people that are the representatives, the vote holders for the NA are the correct ones, and if the emails are correct as well. Please make sure, also something very important when it comes to the secret voting, by default, votes on individuals are secret or upon request, as we already saw when it comes to procedural proposals. So we have different majorities, a simple one. So here, to kind of make it, it could be a little bit confusing because the way it is presented on the GA app in terms of wording is a bit different than how it comes in the statutes of ESN The Netherlands. So here we try to make them equal. So whenever it comes to simple majority in the official documents of ESN The Netherlands, it's meant relative on the GA app, but the essence is that the proposal with the highest percentage of the votes cast wins. So in that case, for a proposal to pass, it has to get the most yeses compared to the noes and compared to the noes or the other options. The absolute majority in the statutes of ESN The Netherlands is simple majority on the GA app. The proposal which obtains more than 50% of the votes cast wins. In that case, since we have 16 sections in the Netherlands, but 15 of those have the right to vote, 8 have to, the option which get at least 8 votes wins. And then we have 2/3 absolute majority, which is the proposal which obtains 2/3 of the votes cast. Keep in mind, though, that abstentions, blank or invalid votes are not taken into account for the calculation of the majority. So if you abstain, your vote gets removed and for the recalculation of the results. And this is according to your statutes, Article 15, in case you would like to consult it. And then there is a third thing when it comes to the votes. We have formal versus informal votes. The formal votes are binding to the bodies of ESN The Netherlands, the not binding, and then the informal votes are not binding to the bodies of ESN The Netherlands. Anything that we're going to vote on that appears in the agenda in the voting questions is a binding vote. It will be announced before that it's binding and it's formal. And when it comes to the informal ones, questions, for example, with which we check the quorum, are not binding. So something very important when it comes to the vote delegations. Only the member representatives who have the delegated vote have the right to vote. So not anyone else who is a member of the section. And hence that person has to be the person who is participating in the quorum check on behalf of the sections or their other section or another section. Quorums and votings cast by other people are considered invalid. So it has to be the person that's appearing in the agenda and to whom you have delegated the right to vote. The list of representatives with the delegated votes and their emails can be found in the agenda. Yes, once again, please make sure to go over them and check them if everything is correct. Otherwise, you might not receive the proper link on Sunday. Questions? Okay, I see no hands. That means we can proceed with the quorum check. Yes, okay. So when it comes to the quorum check, 55. So in order for this meeting to be valid in the first place, we need to have at least 50%, more than 50% of the sections of ESN The Netherlands. The quorum of ESN The Netherlands is more than 50%. So in that case, since there are 16 sections in total, although which 15 have the right to vote, it's, I don't know if it's 8 or 9 members to reach the quorum. 9, okay. So it's out of the all members at ESN The Netherlands, it has to be more than 50%, so that means 9. And then the way we're gonna do this is a roll call. I will be saying the names of the sections in the alphabetical order, and you need to stand up, say your name, and say that you're present. And we're gonna do that now. Okay, so we have ESN Amsterdam. Stand up, say your name, please. Can you repeat your name?
I'm sorry?
Can you repeat your name? The full name.
Sorry?
Present.
Wait.
Present. I'm here.
Who's that?
It's just because they need to take the name.
I'll do it again.
According to the form, Christina Lazarova has the name, has the.
She's not here.
Okay, so this.
Yes.
Okay, all good. All right. ESN Breda. ESN Breda?
No, who has been delegated the vote of ESN Breda? Which is not here. Okay.
Okay, not present. ESN Delft? Okay. ESN Groningen? Okay. ESN in Holland Haarlem? Absent. Sorry. ESN Leiden? Thank you. ESN Maastricht? Thank you. ESN Nijmegen? Nijmegen.
More sustainable photo thing.
Wait. It should be loud.
But this is Buzek Groningen, not
No, it was Nijmegen.
We also need to phone.
And it's not in the.
It's Laura. It's supposed to be Laura.
Look in the right.
No.
You have not delegated the vote.
Yes, it's delegated to Laura.
It's delegated to Laura.
Can I change it?
Is Laura here?
Yes. Or we can also change it.
Yeah, Laura, just sit in the front.
Okay.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just I want to see that Laura is here.
Is there.
Can you raise your hand, please? Okay. ESN Rotterdam. ESN Rotterdam. Neil, not present.
Not present.
ESN The Hague. ESN The Hague. Okay. ESN Tilburg. What?
Absent.
Absent. Okay. ESN Twente. Okay. ESN Utrecht. Thank you. ESN Wo Amsterdam. Ja, okay. ESN Wageningen. Okay, thank you. ESN Zwolle. Okay. Okay. Can we check the quorum? Okay, and then I just want to see how many are absent. 11. Okay, we have 11 out of 16 sections present, so that means the quorum has been reached and we can proceed with today's meetings. Okay, the next point in the agenda that we have, just a second, is the appointment of scrutineers. Can you change the slide? Yes, so the next thing we have on the agenda is the appointment of scrutineers. You can go. So when it's something very important when it comes to the appointment of scrutineers, I'll keep it here, the cube, is that according to Articles 15 and 21 of the statutes and Article 14 of the Standing Order of ESN The Netherlands, we as the GMCT appoint two representatives of 2 members. That means that the people that are going to be scrutineers have to be members of ESN The Netherlands to check the votings and quorum checks. The votes have to be counted by the scrutineers in the presence of the GMCT team or by an electronic system in the presence of scrutineers. That means that you need to come here whenever we're doing a voting and a quorum check, the scrutineers have to come here. It's 2 people. And make sure that whatever we're doing is according to the procedures of ESN The Netherlands and the votes are correct. The scrutineers announce the results to the chair, and then the chair announces the results to the GM, and they can't be a subject of vote or have the delegated vote. So, who would like to be a scrutineer? Come on, let's do it. Good. We need one.
One tribute more, please.
We need one more person. Don't worry, don't bite.
You don't need to do math. I promise.
Kim!
Kim!
Kim, you want to speak like? Michelle.
Let's go. Let's have one more person. We promise it's a fun. We promise it's a fun thing to do. Yes. So can you come here to give me your names?
Hello.
What are your names?
Brendan Katz.
Brendan
Katz. K-A-T-S. K-A-T-S.
Katz. Okay. And then we have
Valentina Vasquez.
Valentina
Velasquez.
Vasquez. Like that? Can you check your names?
That was an A.
Yeah, mine is right. Mine is completely right.
Brand. Okay. Okay. Can you?
Go back.
Yeah, but to refresh the slides. Yes. Thank you. Okay, so do you approve the questions? Do you approve Brandon Katz and Valentina Vasquez as the scrutineers for National Platform 3? The options are yes, no, abstain. And the way we're going to do it is I'm going to do this. First of all, we're going to ask if there are any abstentions and objections. And if there are any, we need to make a vote. Does anybody abstain or object this proposal? Okay, I see no hands raised. That means the proposal has been approved. And we have our scrutineers over here. So now we would like to invite our scrutineers to come behind us because the next thing we have to vote on is the agenda. Yes. So first to make it, to give you a brief overview of how the day is gonna go today and tomorrow. Keep in mind that we have a very packed agenda. So we have tried to respect the requests of everyone and put the time allocated for everyone in the best way possible, but we have a lot of things to vote on tomorrow. So that means that a lot of things have to be discussed today. We're going to start with the national board updates, then continue to, after the coffee break, the financial block, the events policy paper presentation, and after the lunch break, we're going to continue with the candidacies. And we're going to wrap up the day with a moment without the candidates. Keep in mind that for the sake of timekeeping, we need to be out of that room by 6 p.m., which means that candidates get 2 minutes per presentation. 2 minutes. Otherwise, we run the risk of falling behind and staying after 6, and that is not okay, and that is not allowed by the OC and by the facilities. Yes, you can make a comment.
And the thing is that if we go over with the candidacies after 6, then tomorrow we're not able to vote on them because the candidacies needs to be discussed the day before the voting. So we ask everyone the collaboration, and especially look at the GA if the questions already been asked, do not ask unnecessary questions, please. Thanks.
Okay. There's a procedural? Huh? Could be. Wait. What is not the correct?
The times have not been updated.
Wait.
No, it's good. The times are updated in the new agenda. It's fine. It's fine.
It's okay?
It's fine.
Wait, because for instance, tomorrow, budget affects all 12. This is the one that is.
This is the final agenda and it's 12 minutes still.
Yeah, but we switched this to the.
No, we didn't. We didn't.
You have gotten.
I do. Yeah.
Okay, all good.
There's another.
There's another procedure where, yes.
Yes, since you reduced the time for candidates to present by half to 2 minutes, can you give the candidates a chance to edit their presentation?
Of course.
Yes.
Yes, so this is, thank you very much. Another important disclaimer, whenever you're making a procedural or asking a question or making a comment, please state your name and section or body from which you're representing, very important for the minutes. And yes, thank you, Tala, for bringing this up. The candidates have the chance to edit their slides. Please come to us during the coffee break and the lunch break, and we'll give you the chance to edit the slides. All good? Perfect. Okay, so now we're gonna vote on the agenda. And we're gonna do it the same way we did it with the scrutinizers. First of all, is there anybody who objects or abstains the agenda? The proposal that was made. Okay, I see no abstentions and no objections. That means the agenda has been approved. And we can proceed to the next part of the agenda, which are the national board updates. Thank you very much to our lovely scrutineers.
Final words, based on the slides, or?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm looking at it. Okay, all good, but no, thank you. And then, yes, final words before we give the word to the national board, and that is, give me a second, I'll stand up. Okay. So please be on time. As we already spoke about that, we need to be out of this room by 6. And this will depend on your overall ability to read the clock. With the OC, we'll make sure that everything, you have all the necessary facilities to be reminded that the time is up and you have to come back to the room. But as you can see, the agenda is very packed, and we will really appreciate that. If we say 1:30, you don't start heading back to the room at 1:30. You are in the room at 1:30. Okay? Cool. The OC has prepared a music set for you. We're gonna hear it in a second or before the first coffee break. It will be played in the coffee and lunch break spots and or at the plenaries venue 5 minutes before we start, to give you the sign that we need to walk in back. Please, no one steal food and drinks without lids in the plenary room. These are the house rules. These are the university rules. This is not us making up the rules. There will be sockets around the room to charge your devices, as well as in the quiet room. But still, please be considerate. If your device is not dying, please let another person use the sockets as well. And if you haven't registered, please do it. The OC will give you instructions in the announcements chat. And that being said, I'm giving the floor to the national board to present their updates.
Yes. Okay. Yes, what I've been up to in my personal life. I moved to my own apartment. You can see a picture here of me doing the move. It was not that glamorous as it looks, I can tell you. I lived through boxes for more than 2 weeks, and then I also had to go to Prague for the GA, so it was not good, but now I feel like an adult, so it's really nice. Since we last saw each other at NP2, I also turned 25. It's a picture of me on my birthday. My friends dress me up and I look a bit ridiculous, but yes, I've been on 4 concerts since NP2. My favorite one was the 5 Second of Summer. I actually went with my old vice presidents from ESN The Hague. And in 1 week, I'm going to Harry Styles in Amsterdam as well. I ran the CPC in The Hague and I ran my personal record. And we ran a 10K race in Leiden with the board, but the race actually got cancelled. So we just went there and hanged out, I guess. I'm going to Italy in August and I'm preparing for the job hunt after August. I'm set to leave the agency where I'm working right now, but I think I want to work in education, so now I'm job hunting, and that's been harder than I thought, but hopefully I've done something. My sister also came visiting. I went ice skating. I voted for the Italian referendum, which is super shady because I literally had to just vote on a piece of paper that came to my house and then put it in a normal letterbox, so anyone could have just like faked my vote. And I also voted for the local municipality elections in the Netherlands. I went to Bratislava for work. You can see me up there. And the executive director of my agency knows my name, which was crazy. She thanks me during her speech, and I'm like the last in the food chain, so I was really not expecting that. And I visited my friend in Brussels. I celebrated King's Day, and I was sightseeing in Prague last week in occasion of the GA. Coming over to the professional updates, of course, Level Up, CLR3, and the GA. I gave a workshop at EGM with the European Commission on European University Alliances. I kept in touch with our stakeholders, covenant partners, and so on. And now I'm doing more reading on the multi-annual financial framework negotiation. So now the amendments and the proposal from the council is out. So I'm reading that up, and we are trying to see together with ESN International what can we do to increase budget for the Erasmus+. Then I had the honor to go to the European Youth Week on behalf of the National Youth Council, and I met with the EU Commissioner for Intergenerational Justice, Fairness, Youth and Sport, Mikalev. You can see a picture of us talking there. I just went to him to tell a little bit of our points and how we're doing in the Netherlands. We're working with the EDU team to develop more resources. We'll see more of this tomorrow. After this, you'll see the policy plan reports, and then I worked on the one-on-one with local presidents and DNB. Board recruitment has also been something we've been really busy with in the past couple of weeks. And we have the ISS final conference at the Ministry of Education, and we're working now on new leads to see if we can reproduce the survey and get a new ministerial grant in the next couple of years. Yes, that's it. Anna.
Wonderful. I'm going to stay here just for time reasons, okay? You can't hear me holler. Oh, wonderful. Microphone. Exciting. Okay. Personally, I started this semester by coming really, really sick and staying really, really sick for a good couple of months. I don't recommend that. Finally getting better though, which is great, but not fun. I also became older. I had a birthday last month, very exciting. Finished semester 2 of my master's, and I spent a lot of money on City Skylines DLC, which I always recommend doing. Next slide, please. Next, yeah, thank you, wonderful. Professionally, I've been doing a lot of section visits. My new record, which I think might be the all-time record for anyone ever, is 3 section visits in 2 days. Shout out everyone who enabled that to happen. We've had several national events, National Training Event 2 and CLR3. I went to the second NA in Edinburgh with ESN UK, which was lovely, and just came back. Yeah, thank you, Sean. I just came back from the Second General Assembly in Prague. I'm going to tell you a lot more about this tomorrow, but a lot of the semester has been dedicated to implementing a new section care framework for a lot of different components of section care, including training, alumni network, section visits, all that kind of stuff. But you'll hear more about that tomorrow. So for now, I will hand you over to Sabine.
Hello. Very briefly, my personal life, I've been studying hard. I decided to postpone the job hunt another 2 months. I've been doing that for the past 12 months. At least I did quite a bit of sports lately, and I kept track. I had 15 capsalons so far this year. Maybe we will increment that by one at this MP. And I've watched a lot of good TV shows, so if you want some recommendations, come approach me. If we can go to the next slide, Tom. For my professional updates, I've basically been doing the basic treasurer stuff for the past few months. You will hear my finance podcast later today after the coffee break, but I've been doing the bookkeeping, working on the financial year report, updating the budget tracking sheet, preparing the next budget. Also went to GA Prague, where I got elected for a position in the International Audit Commission. Very exciting. And as much as I'm very excited as well for this MP, because it's going to be my last dance in ESN. So this is my 9th MP in a position, and it's probably going to be the last. So let's make it count.
Hello. Little bit of an update on my job search. It is terrible. Personally speaking, I am really considering and probably going to go back to Horeca, to restaurants, and I'm going to hate my life. But at least I'm going to get some money out of it. I actually have the one and only exam coming up next week, so you'll also see me studying throughout this weekend, which is going to be fun as well. Together with Sabine, I also got elected to the Statutory Brothers Visa International as the GACT chair, which is really, really exciting. One of the great things I also did this year, since the last MP, is Educate Starter, which is a training platform for trainers, which is what was an amazing event. And if anyone is interested in talking about that, do come talk to me. And generally speaking, ESN is love, ESN is life. It's taken up a lot of my time. Now, on the professional side, we wrapped up MP2. We started on the MP3, obviously, working together with Joe and Philip. Went to the HRN community meetings in Vilnius. We had the NT2, which was organized in Amsterdam, where I also gave a track on facilitation, which was, according to the feedback, at least received quite well. We organized CLR3 together with Danny in Delft. Went to EGM, did the whole thing. There's a whole presentation about that later on as well. GA Prague, where we went to with all the questions that we have. Membership team, worked a lot with Giel on the expansion. We have 3 really interesting prospects, and one of them actually being here today or presenting today. Yeah, awesome. And of course, the MB recruitment. So that was what I've been up to.
Hello. Thank you. So what I've been up to. I've been to Romania quite a lot. I also did a lot of sports at the same time. I don't know what Jasper is doing. While I was doing a lot of sports, I also got myself a very nice knee injury. Don't recommend it. Also, don't recommend playing with a knee injury. Apparently, it's bad for your health. Who would have thought, right? I went to the 5 Seconds of Summer concert. I'm also going to Harry Styles actually next weekend as well. I am busy with preparations for my exchange to the US. Very excited about that. I started my first job, so I can go into the whole adulthood thing that people are talking about. I went to the graduation of my president from my local board here, actually, a couple of weeks ago. It was really, really nice. On the professional side, yes, what did I do on the professional side? Wait, yeah, okay. I went to NT, to EGM. I did a section visit in Utrecht. I've been busy with the monthly report, which I hope everyone is reading because I'm putting a lot of time in doing that Bridgerton type of intro at the beginning. We are rebranding it from the newsletter. I did the one-on-one meetings with the local CMs at the beginning of semester. I joined the communication community call, GA app, as we are always talking about it. PRCom, board recruitment promotion with Pete, someone from our alumni network from Utrecht. He has been very helpful with that. Making content posts for LinkedIn, Instagram, starting and ending new campaigns. I applied for international committee for ComCom for both social media and the graphics team. And I also was vice chair for the Romanian NA, which was also funny enough, my first chairing team experience.
Yes. Okay. So for my personal updates, I went skiing in Austria with my family. Can we move to the next slide? Yes, I went skiing in Austria with my family. It was 10 or 11 years that I
skied for the last time. I also celebrated my birthday there. I turned 23. I started the field hockey competition again with injuries. I'm back on the pitch again, still healing. Drowning in and with my master's thesis. I have a deadline to submit my concept tomorrow, so you'll probably see me working a bit. I went to some concerts, musicals, reading, and to Prague. Next slide. Yeah, so ENP, NEG Delft, also went to the TNA communities in Vilnius, EGM, GA, and then the ISS, the introduction week grants have been finalized, also integration grants, and then the report presentation at the Ministry of Education. Also really exciting, we're continuing with the international student retention, more on that later. We got accepted a grant for the Erasmus Plus alumni activity. Been working on the ESN awards, preparation for IEG, NB applications, also the ARS activities reports, setting up some possible future projects, dealing with the Drink More Water merchandise situation, section visits, and went to the Breda Gala.
And now the coolest picture in the whole network. Yeah, I went scuba diving for the first time in a whole year, and I made this amazing picture underwater in the top right with our flag. If anybody wants to come and talk about how I took that picture, and that there were sharks and dolphins, I'd be glad to tell them. I also went to the Tame Impala concert. I think Peter would agree with me. It was really fun and great. In the bottom left, motorcycle season has started for me, and on the left is my local board president, Lisanne. I'm also busy with my Ironman training, which I'm doing with Sabine next month, and I even beat him in his own city at 54 minutes. Yes. Next slide. So what have I been busy doing with since January? I went to the amazing Germany NA, was super fun with Tom. I also went to the Belgium one and met a lot of fun people. I also, unfortunately, went to the Romanian one, which was almost got mugged. But besides that, I also did partnership stuff. Huge shout out to Twente and The Hague for helping me with carrying the boxes on the right with our fake ESN partnership. I also had a good call and good meetings with Bank and Labara regarding eSIMs and also Eurosender to renegotiate our contract. I've also been busy with our new partnerships, Ik wil van mijn SOA af.nl, which is an STD testing kit, our partnership with Walibi and also Uniview, and I've also been working on a new partnership that I will be informing you guys, everyone, tomorrow about. Besides that, I've also done a few section visits to lovely Twente and Rotterdam, and I've also been busy with NACOM doing the Lustrum dinner borrel, which is next week, Saturday, but more on that later.
Thank you very much, and good job on keeping the time. Okay, we get the next slide. Yes. So questions can be asked during the breaks, because now we proceed with the presentation of the international guests. We will be calling you out by alphabetical order. So we would like to invite the first international guest from ESN Belgium. Keep in mind that you also have 2 minutes to present. Okay, you can get the mic. And
Thank
you.
you. Hello, everyone. Oh, this thing is really cool. Sorry. Nice to meet you all. I'm gonna just raw dog it. I am Glenn. I'm from ESN Belgium, specifically a little city ESN Hasselt. We are neighbors with ESN Maastricht. I traveled the winds. I traveled the potholes, the shitty road, like you people call it. We are just don't listen to them. We actually have normal roads. We don't travel by horse. We travel by car. Yeah. We're Belgium. We have fries. We have beer. We're happy. We're totally not depressed. Anyway, nice to meet you all.
Yes, okay. So, are we good? Okay. Well, I do have to speed run through my slides, but I'm pretty sure that you're gonna get everything from my lovely presentation. I already presented myself, so I will be very quick. I'm gonna talk a little bit about the structure of ESN Bulgaria and some very cool things that we do as well, to which you're all invited. First, the way the board is structured this year, we usually have 11 positions, but out of those 11 positions in the board and board support, 7 are filled in, and you can see me at the bottom right corner as the one-woman show, the main auditor. We have in total 12 sections, which are not functioning right now on the slide, for which I apologize. 12 sections, out of which 5 are in the capital, Sofia, and we're a member of the SEEP region since 2008. There is a huge collaboration going on in Sofia between the sections in Sofia. So I see that in Amsterdam you have 2 sections. I don't know how you have organized things, but if you need any help on how to coordinate between multiple sections in one city, reach out to me. This is the structure of the positions on the national level, the board and board support, and then the board and board support are responsible for basically 6 communities, which are, again, self-explanatory. We also have committees. And the most important thing is that we have a lot of events. We have 3 training events per year, 3 national assemblies, and national Erasmus trips to different locations, both within Bulgaria and outside of the country. And the most interesting thing that we have, that is an internal event for volunteers, which happens every end of July, beginning of August, is our ESN at the seaside, ESN Bulgaria at the seaside event. So you're all invited. Please save the dates to go to camping at the seaside together with us. And that's it. And we're just on time. So I'm giving the floor to the next person on the line, who is ESN Germany.
Do I have a presentation or? Take that. So, well, let's just start. Hi, I'm Milan from ESN Düsseldorf, ESN Germany. There I am. Been through a lot of local national mandates. I'm ICE member, so I had to come to the NP4 ICE and Fire for sure. Did a lot of LCs, and I normally tend to love ESN merge. Can we continue? Time is running. Yeah, I'm from Düsseldorf. ESN Düsseldorf, about 30 volunteers, always pending. We currently have volunteers from 4 different universities in 3 different cities, which is challenging, but also very enriching, I would say. We also try to cover the international crowd in our neighboring cities, which is awesome, but stressful, let's say. And we have, of course, the cutest mascot on the network, it's Dudu, a dodo. About ESN Germany, we're now 49 sections, 3 more since NA Rostock at the beach, organized in 5 regions. I really was looking forward to get new slides, but as we just had our NA 2 weeks ago, nothing is updated yet. Well, Düsseldorf is in the West region, so West is best for sure. And Germany has, besides a lot of standing orders, also very well-established mascots have rules. Last slide, please. Upcoming events, well, next NA Berlin in October, and it's, fun fact, the first time we have an NA in Berlin, and our national event is also in Berlin again. Flag parade, techno clubs, Reichstag, you know the drill, and we also have local platforms, and the one in West will very likely be hosted in Düsseldorf, but, well, will be decided on the LP in Bochum this weekend. So, this was this. Throw the mic to Luxembourg.
My presentation? Yes. Okay, thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm Katerina. I'm from ESN Luxembourg. I'm the current partnership manager. I've been a partnership manager for 3 years. First, a little bit about me. I've lived in Luxembourg since 2021. Hopefully next year I'll get my citizenship, let's hope. Originally, I'm from Moscow, Russia. I got my bachelor's there in international economic relations. I also got another master's, but I didn't finish it, in international business in Moscow. And then I moved to Luxembourg and I finished a master's in finance and economics. I worked in asset management. Unfortunately, I'm unemployed, like I see most people here. Interesting fact, I also work at a lot of events in Moscow. For example, the FIFA World Cup in 2018, which was amazing, enormous. I managed several hundred people, and it was, I think, one of the best experiences ever. If anyone is considering doing something like that, I really recommend. So, ESN Luxembourg. We are the Lux in Benelux. We are very small. We are one section and O. We have only 40 active members. In 2022, we had only 12 active members, so at least we're growing. That's good. We have 3 official languages in Luxembourg. It's French, German, and Luxembourgish. It is a real language. But everyone speaks English, and in our section, mainly, we're not Luxembourgish people. We have a lot of local events. As we're one section and O, local, national, international, we all do everything, basically. So we have a lot of local events. Welcome weeks, hikes. We do a lot of trips outside of Luxembourg. We went to Amsterdam for King's Day. We go to Paris. We go to different German cities, Belgian cities, everywhere basically. And as I am a partnership manager, of course, I'm responsible for creating partnerships, which is mainly local places like bars, karaoke rooms, and many more. Oh, I'm almost out of time, sorry. This is my journey in ESN. I've been to many events, community meetings, webs, EGMs, everything. And if you're interested to do a 1-2 day trip to Luxembourg, please come to me or text us on ESN Luxembourg Instagram, where you're very welcome. We'll host you, we'll guide you, we'll do everything, we'll help you. Thank you, sorry.
Next up, ESN Poland.
I hope you can see me. Sorry, short people. Okay, so hi again. I'm from Poland. My name is Paulina. And as I would say in Polish, miło was poznać. A little bit more about me. So as I said before, I'm from Poland, Krakow, but now I'm living in Barcelona. I am ESNer since 2017, so I'm kind of dinosaur. And I have had many positions, and mainly connected to chairing or communication. I'm also a chameleon, so I'm part of the communication committee of ESN International. And currently I am in the membership team taking care of ESN Iceland and ESN Azerbaijan. So let's say kind of newly established national organizations. I did the Erasmus twice, and it was twice in Germany, but in different cities. First one was in Düsseldorf, and the second was in Dresden, and it was amazing, both of them. I graduated English and German philology, and my second course of studies was intellectual property law. In my free time, if I have some free time, I love reading fantasy books, I love cooking, and also I love classes of bar, if you know what is it. If not, just approach me during the coffee break. But a little bit more about my national organization. Yes, in Poland, we are a national organization since 1998. We have currently 27 sections based in 12 cities, more than 1,000 volunteers, and around 10,000 international students yearly. Okay, here you have our structure. Apart from the board positions, we have support structures, communities, and also audit commission that is also counted as statutory body. One of our core projects is Discover Europe, is Pan-European Photography Contest. Right now we are just announcing some jury members, so if you want to see a little bit more how we organize it, what we are doing, and what people are actually posting there, just follow our Instagram account. You can also check ESN Poland social media, And last but not least, I hope to see at least some of you next year in Wrocław, because we are organizing EGM and I am part of the organizing committee. So hopefully see you there. Thank you.
Next up, ESN Spain.
Hi everyone. Okay, I'm from ECN Spain. My section is ECN Malaga. I am doing my exchange here. How I can paste this?
You didn't send anything.
Ah, okay, I sent it, but I don't know. Okay, I'm from ECN Malaga. I'm doing my exchange in Lugarden. I don't ask me why either. I just choose this city. I'm the communication manager for my section. I carry the social media, and I don't know, my favorite event in Spain is the local board games meetings, where we have some trainings. So I hope that if you wanna come, you can join it.
Next up, me. Again, hi, my name is Tom. IT manager, former IT manager from ESN Switzerland, still current president from ESN Lucerne. 30 plus years old, we don't talk about that, just to be clear. Yes, the cricket noise we know already as well. Let's go to the more formal part. I'm here representing ESN Lucerne. We are an official section since 2018. We have over 500 students this semester, which is amazing, which is double from what we had last semester. So yeah, quite some work. Then the team also grew from 12 members to 35. And we are super proud because we basically not only work with one university, but actually with three, which is comes with its own struggles. That being said, it also gives unique opportunities because sometimes this university doesn't want to work, but the other two do. And then we can basically convince the one who doesn't by saying, hey, well, the other two do work with us. So maybe can we reconsider? So that's amazing. Two of my favorite tours that we do or events are the bunker tours. Basically, we have bunkers in Switzerland, which if something happens, you can go underground. One of the biggest ones is actually in Lucerne, which basically can host the whole city of Lucerne, which is absolutely phenomenal. I don't have the stats on how big Lucerne is. I need to put that in the slide. I made a note to myself. And then the cabin weekend, which is basically we go a weekend away and we just spend the whole weekend doing fun games, going sledging, going snowboarding, or just going swimming in the lake, doing sports activities, and just enjoy the time. If you want to know more about those or come visit, you know where to find me. LinkedIn. No, kidding. ESN UK.
Hello, I'm Sean. I'm the president of ESN UK. I believe we're a bit behind time, so what I will say is if you have any questions about the UK, come and talk to me. Yeah.
Fabulous. Well, Sean, thank you for your cooperation. Okay, so that being said, I would like to give the floor to Phoebe for the policy plan updates. Phoebe, you have 10 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I will go fast because we already had a question round on the GA app for this. But basically, the overall completion rate at this moment is 80.9%, which is really good. It's a strong progress along the pillars that we have. And the majority of the action points are completed or in progress. Some of them related, for example, to the communication or the newsletter and so on. So they're not at 100% right now because we're going to do them until July. And then there are also a couple of long-term projects that are going to continue beyond our mandate. So that's up to the next board to put them on. And the focus has been in this last part on sustainability and structural strengthening of the points and what the points the action points can do basically for our national organization. So now we're going to see the complexion per pillar. We have advocacy 87.2, internal operations, finance and partnerships, communication and identity. We are going now more into it. So advocacy is the most completed one, and the main achievements is that we have a national advocacy strategy that's been adopted this year. We had a meeting with the Ministry of Education, so now we have a channel open there that we didn't have before. We also put out a press release on international student challenges together with the other Dutch student unions, the ISO and LSVB. And this was done also together with the ISS projects, the Annual International Student Survey. And we have a stronger cooperation with the national agency this year. And also we worked with Mara on this alumni success stories campaign that was completed now with the last post last week. So these really help to show what our alumni are doing and how they are contributing to improve the stay rate in the Netherlands after their studies. Still in progress / challenges, I would say, is the memorandum of agreement with the national agency. We haven't gotten there yet, but I think it's something we could get there by next mandate, working together. And the International Student Retention Project, actually, we're working on that just right now, and we're going to put it up for September. So what we're going to do, Tessa's going to explain a little bit more tomorrow, is that we're going to use some fundings that we got through the ISS to put together a series of events on student retention and the stay rate and how to improve career opportunities for international students in the Netherlands. Then internal operations completed at 82.4%. And the achievement is that we restructured our board supports and everything got completed. We also inserted the permanent CT and so on. And also the national board had some restructuring with the division of the portfolios between the VP and the network manager. New governance structures, we improved our digital infrastructure. We have the GA app now, but also our drive now, it's much more ordered, and you can also, as local sections, have a shared drive where you go and see in the back of 10 years what people were doing. So all the information now, it's conveyed in one place. We have candidate section, and we implemented a shared drive, as I said. Some challenges is that the sections engagement remains inconsistent. This we have seen a lot with the sections visits. Unfortunately, we were not able to complete that point. So for next year, please tell your successor this is really important. In this way, we can do better quality assurance, and you also will help the job of the VP a lot more. Then finance and partnership is a 72.2%. We had the national grant system redesigned, and Sabine proposed this at the NP2 and it passed. The Erasmus Plus alumni project got approved, as I was talking before. Our partnership income increased, and we're now working to update the partnership brochure. And some challenges were the feedback system for sections, and as said before as well, the International Student Retention Project. Communication and identity, 75.3%, main achievements. The monthly newsletter was one of the things we wanted to do, so now it's update from the national board that we give you every month, so you know a little bit more what we are doing. And it's easier, and we don't spend a lot of time when we come during the NP. We launched the alumni campaigns, and we have reporting also established for when we go, for example, to community meetings and so on. And the ongoing actions are the opportunities dashboard, so a lot of information got collected, and this will flew into the next mandate. Social media campaigns and the RSS reporting system, we're getting the reports out for every month, so of course we have to wait until July to send out the last one. And that was it. Questions? No questions? Perfect, then I will go. If you have questions, GA app, you ask questions there, or you can approach me in the coffee break. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we would like to give the floor to Nufik. Are they here? Nufik, sorry, I'm not pronouncing it correctly.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh, perfect. Okay, hi everyone. Unfortunately, I never went on an exchange and never had any idea about ESN. But I did go on an internship to Japan. And I was very lucky to go to Split just a few weeks ago. I'm from Nuffic, so there's a lot of labels hanging under Nuffic, and I thought it might be easy to let you know what exactly are all the labels and how are we organized in the Netherlands. The main, the huge company above it is Nuffic, which is an organization for internationalization in education. So there are a lot of different chapters, organizations hanging under it. One of them is the national agency. And the other one is, for instance, Wilweg. I don't know if anyone knows about that. That's for Dutch students going abroad, so the other way around. Then we have Study in NL, which welcomes the international students into the Netherlands. Then we have Team Strategy, Knowledge and Innovation, which is our research department. You might have seen some reports they've made. And then there's also Mobstacles, which I am from. Mobstacle stands for Mobility Obstacles. Let me see, but I'm going to tell you about that a little bit later. My colleague from Erasmus, from the national agency, couldn't be here, so she asked me to present some numbers to you, but also give you an overview of how Nuffic and the national agency are working together. As you can see, there is a team lead higher education unit, and under it you have the policy officer and the coordinator higher education unit. And then there are sub-teams, some of which I am working with from Mobstacles, for instance, KA171, which are the non-EU students coming to the Netherlands as well. Then you have the policy officer who organizes the centralized actions, program officers, and project support. And then they have 3 key actions and Jean Monnet. So key action 1, you can see there are some programs in there, key action 2 as well. Key action 3 are the policy developments, and then Jean Monnet, which is quite separate. I'm just gonna go quickly so you have extra time later. Who coordinates what? Learning mobility of individuals, that is what Nuffic does. So you have the KA131 and the KA171, mobility within Europe and outside of Europe. Cooperation among organizations and institutions, that's the KA220. And then you have the organization in Europe, which hangs under all the other things, in which I am mostly connected to KA3, which is policy, as I'm a senior policy advisor at Nuffic. The role of the national agency in the Netherlands is contact point for applicants and project coordinators, coordinating body on project implementation, organization level, and provider of support and information on project rules. In Split, I saw there are a lot of national agencies that have a different role, which might be quite confusing as well. But it was very interesting to learn what their roles are and to see if there's a possibility to change something in the Netherlands as well. Study in NL is the organization. Let me see, I'm missing 2 slides now, I think. Okay. Oh yeah, without the art, I know. So Study in NL is the organization that welcomes the international students coming to the Netherlands. They also inform them before they leave. That is also something I'm connected to. They have Facebook, they have Instagram, they have a website. The website is shared every year with incoming students before they leave. So most of the embassies in outside the Netherlands will point the coming students to the website. And they also have student ambassadors. And we would love for you and for ESN to be more connected to Study in NL. So if you want to become a student ambassador, you can scan the QR code and hopefully learn more about what it is to become a student ambassador, but also to be involved. So Mobstacles, that's my part of the work. I made it into like a dictionary entry so you can understand what it means. It's a contraction of the words mobility and obstacles, and it's used to define problems encountered by incoming students, researchers working in the Netherlands, workers in the Netherlands, and outgoing students. And actually, I'm not the only one. I'm only responsible for the international students. And I have a colleague who does the researchers and the workers. And I have another colleague who does the Dutch students going abroad. And together we have around 200, I have in the student network, I have around 200 members of higher education institutions who are connected. So if they have any problems, they can mention it there. If they see any problems arise, then they can share them with their colleagues from other institutions, just to be aware that we can do something about it. We're independent experts, and we are the linking pin between policy and practice, which is much needed in the Netherlands. Because we know that the Dutch government is organizing all sorts of ideas and bringing out policy, but never understands how practice works. So that's why we are there to just be a buffer and to try and solve things. We have an advisory board. We are a member of the European Student Success Hub, actually one of the initiators in which ESN Brussels is also connected. We are a member of the National Housing Plan for the student housing. And apart from that, I'm also the coordinator of the C Student Council. So I also work for the Caribbean students in the Netherlands, as they encounter almost the same problems as international students do. What do we do for the employees of the higher education? That is separate from what we do for the students. We have weekly meetings with the immigration services for the trajectory of non-EU students. We have Q&As, webinars about most of the common problems, so most of the common obstacles that we encounter. And a personal favorite of mine is startup initiatives by students. So if you have an idea, let me know, because every year, twice a year, we have a conference for the workers in the Haze. So it would be very nice if you have a startup. For instance, I had a meeting yesterday with someone who has a startup about getting things organized in your head. It's like mental being, but then writing it down, so journaling, to see if we can offer students in the Netherlands a free product. It can never be something, an organization that is already making a lot of money, unfortunately, because then we're not able to connect you. But if you have a nice initiative, let me know. For the students, we have the Mobstacles Impact Sessions. These are sessions in which you can make a change. So we do them twice a year. And we love to hear about anything that you encounter that restricts you from studying here in the Netherlands and connecting to the labor force as well. So if you have any ideas about that, join the sessions and then let me know. We have the Student Ambassadors Network. We have career ambassadors. So when the student ambassadors are continuing on and finishing their studies and become workers in the Netherlands, they still stay connected to us, so we can share their stories as well and their struggles. And we have webinars on housing, well-being, work, just any obstacles that we encounter. The most important thing is that I work for the Ministry of Education indirectly. So if there is any policy that you would like to change, please let me know, because that's the direct way we can tell them that we have to change something. And for the non-ER students, if there are any, we made an information package, which we also want to make for the EU students in the Netherlands. Right now, it's only available for the non-EU. If you scan the QR code, you can see the complete information package. It's a collaboration with the immigration services, but also with all the organizations in the Netherlands that help international students. The EU version is in the make, but I would love to hear from you what you need to be, what is necessary to be in the document. Because if I can imagine a lot of stuff, but we need to know from you, what do you encounter? What are the things that need to be in the document? In which way can we help you? This document for the non-EU is sent to all the embassies. So when a student applies for a study in the Netherlands and has to pick up its visa, they will immediately receive this document. And apart from that, they also get it on 2 days in August and September, in which we welcome 15,000 students to the Netherlands, and in which we just by 2 minutes give them their visa as well. For the EU students, we'd love to do something like that as well, not a huge invite on one day because it's quite overwhelming, but it would be great if we could share a document with you telling you exactly what about traffic, what about trains, what about telephone, what about just mental being, health, insurance, where do we go? So that is something I would love to get some input from you as well. My colleague from the national agency said I could share her email address with you. I was wondering about that, but I think if you need to reach out, that's her way of telling to reach out. So if you have any questions, let me know. Phoebe has my email, and you can just connect with us, and we'd love to hear about you. Any questions? No? All right.
Thank you very much. You can remain here because we're going to have questions indeed. The first one is from Talha. Do you want me to read it out? Or okay. What? Oh, to throw it? Please do that.
Yes. Talha, event manager. My first question is, how do you see the collaboration between Nuffic and ESN moving forward for the future?
No. Okay, so whoever has a question and has put themselves on the J app, you can also come here for the sake of logistics. Only for now. After the coffee break, once we have more microphones, we'll figure it out. But yes, there you go.
Yeah, I think there's a lot we can do. Before Split, which is only a few weeks ago, I didn't even know that there were so many non-EU students and there were so many students connected to ESN in the Netherlands as well. I think that's something within Nuffic that we never really communicated. I do work with the national agency, but only on KA 171. So that's the reason why ESN never popped up. But after Split, we've talked about that, and we've also invited Phoebe and also the new board to come to Nuffic and to see what we can do. We have Study in NL, which is a huge machine that already runs. So it's like a train you can just hop on, and we can just connect together. I also just saw from Phoebe from the policy updates that you are planning an event. Actually, we have some sponsors that want to help international students with which we cannot work because we are a non-profit organization, and we are subsidized by the Dutch government, so we're not allowed to take on any external money. But I think that might be a very good connection with you as well. So that might be an option. And I think everything that is already available from Study in NL is something we can offer ESN. So I think that's unlimited right now, and we just have to see what fits best.
Thank you. Then we have once again Talha.
Talha, event manager. My second question is based on the data from Nuffic, what would you say are the 3 biggest obstacles to mobility for international students in the Netherlands? Thank you.
Yeah, the top 3, housing. I think it's on number 1, and then a long time nothing anymore. Actually, I was at University Twente last week, and they're doing quite good on housing. So the problem is that most of the students want to live in Amsterdam or on the west side of the Netherlands, and it's becoming a little bit crowded. It's difficult with the student housing. But I think on the other side of the Netherlands, there are so many cities that are available and that have guarantee for student housing, not for 1 year, but for 4 years. I'm also on the student housing platform, so that is something we really need to bring out into the public and into the media to let people know that not only the western part of the Netherlands is interesting to study at, but also other parts. Number two would be immigration trajectory, not only for not so much for the European students, but more for the non-EU students. There are still some things that can be tweaked and can be made better. We have really good connections with the immigration services. We sit with them almost every week, so there's a lot possible, but the Dutch government, the past Dutch government was not very much on our side. The new one will be a little bit more. We have a lot of signs that say that it's going to be a little bit better for creating new products and smoothing the immigration trajectory. And the third part is, I think, the connection with the labor force. That is something a lot of students are worried about as well. We have international interns, so when I see them go, I would love to put them in my team and keep them working at NAFIC. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of job vacancies. There's always something, so please check out the website if you want to work in education and in internationalization. But the connection and the work permit, those are things that we're working on as well. And I think that's the third, and almost equal to the third is mental health. And I think we have to do a lot about that as well. And also point out to the higher education institutions that they have to work with that as well.
Thank you very much. We still have time for questions, so feel free to join the speakers list. Is anyone signing a question on the speakers list? Okay, so I see no raised hands. Then I propose to close the speakers list. Is there an objection? All right, so the speakers list is closed, and thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, so now we proceed to the coffee break. Okay, so now we proceed to the coffee break. Do we have a person from the OC in the room? Yes, do you want to explain how the coffee break is going to work?
Hello. So since we're doing some of the registrations now here in the coffee break, we decided to move the coffee break over here so you have more time. You don't have to walk in between the building. We have juices, we have fruit, we have snacks. Hot water and coffee will come in a second. We're getting that right now. So just go over there. Try to make as little of a mess as possible. That will be super nice. Other than that, enjoy your break.
Okay, and we're going to also update it on the slide, but please be back by 11:20. Thank you. to Sabine for the finances block. A couple of things. Can we have the music sign on your laptop now?
If I can find there.
De tickets op tafel, de koffers gepakt. De taxi staat klaar in de straat.
Thank you. Okay, so when you hear that song, we ask you to be here. You're gonna hear it 5 minutes before the start or the end of the break. So once you hear it, please, this means that you have to start taking your seats, wrapping it up with conversations and food. And yes, you'll hear this 5 minutes before the end of the breaks. When it comes to the poster gallery, you can reach the OC during the lunch break to give them your posters, and they will figure out the logistics on how to put them on the walls, as well as we know that there is one section that has a laptop, so just put it somewhere. Okay, and then the quiet room has been announced on WhatsApp where it is, so you can also go there in case you need it. With all that being said, Sabine, now the floor is yours.
Do I use this or the cube?
You can use that one.
Okay. Actually, can I use the cube because I can leave it here and then you distribute this? Yes. Easier. Because I can just set it here. Right, if I talk like this, can you hear me clearly? All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my finance podcast. I will be entertaining you for the next 20 minutes or so, and then we will have time for questions. I really appreciate the engagement you showed on the GA app. Lots of questions, and also my topics had a lot of questions. So yeah, we'll see if I get to cover all your curiosities in my presentation. If not, ask away. The plan for now is to start in the most logical and chronological way, I guess. We'll first look at the report of last year. Very briefly, I hope you managed to read the numbers. And let's not forget that it is a report. So the scope is to report the numbers. It's not so much as to tell the whole story behind the numbers or any learnings that we can get for them. That's just something that someone reading the report can draw their own conclusions. So that was the scope of this document. Then we will look at how the current budget is realizing, where we are overspending, where we are underspending, and what my prediction will be for the remaining of the mandate, which is 1 month. And then lastly, I'm going to present to you the budget proposal for next year. And I have a lot to talk about that one, and we'll do that when it's time for it. First, for the year report, it was honestly the bane of my existence for the past month or so. It was very satisfying work to do. However, I completely underestimated it, just how much work has to go into making sure that every single number is correct, brushing up on my accounting skills and understanding what debit, credit, and Tussenrekening is, and also making sure that actually what I report to you is the truth and not some obfuscated numbers. That being said, we use an accounting software to track our expenses, and without getting too much into the accounting details, I made some categories by merging accounts, and the rough categories that I made in the report also align with what we report in the budget. We have the national events that the national board attends, international events, makes sense. These are both expenses. It's a big chunk of our expenses. Then we have a lot of income from ESN card and membership fees that the sections pay, and also partners that support us, and we support them with what we have to offer. Then we also have the category of other international events and projects. I put BNG, EGM, and IEG, and to explain what these are, it's Breaking New Ground, a project that we did last year with Germany, Erasmus Generation Meeting. The report is mainly looking at Ancona, which again happened a year ago, and International Erasmus Games, the one in Milano, so also the one last year. Then we have the commission split from Lebara. I put that separately to show a bit more transparently the cost behind that. Then some grants that we receive. Most of that is regarding the AISS project. And then some more other small categories for administrative costs or other costs that I could not merge into any other category. You can see the column called hashtag accounts related to the number of accounts. In our backend, that's how many accounts go into these categories. But I wanted to make them as clear as possible to be read by someone who doesn't see the backend, which in this case is basically just me and SNA. So that's how I merged it so that everyone can understand. So for the net cash flow, for income, we had close to 54,000 euros. For expenses, we had close to 60,000 euros, which puts us at a net loss of around 6,000 euros. And it might look scary. However, in the next slide, we're gonna say it's actually not that scary if you look at the year before and actually the 2 years before as well. How did I write this report? The workflow was to generate the Visma, which is our accounting software, profit and loss extracts for the first half of the year and the second half of the year. This just made my work a bit easier to divide it into 2 sub-problems that I can then work on each one independently. And it's also an advice that I will have for the next treasurer, which hopefully there will be one, to continue this workflow because it's very hard to approach this whole year report as a whole. So working in halves or maybe even quarters might be better. I also exported the whole ledger. The ledger is where every single entry in the, every single transaction is logged. And I analyzed all of the individual accounts that we use, active accounts for credit, for debit, and for Tucson reckoning, which is money in, money out. And what I aim to do with this report is to just show the real picture. While I wrote some small recommendations in the report, my goal was not to write a full story on how things should go forward, but rather just to report things as they are. And the final report came to around 30 pages. My first draft was close to 50, but I gave it a haircut because I can understand that it's a lot to read and you have a lot of documents to read. So I wanted to shorten it as much as possible to make it as clear without losing information. Let's look at the last few years. So to actually understand what this 6K loss came from. So this is the bank extract from 2 years ago. So from the year 2023, I don't know if you can see the number, but we have 2 active accounts, one which we use for our daily operations and a savings account. The saving account stayed the same, 13,000 euros. And for active bank account, in this year, 2 years ago, we had a loss of around 3,000 euros. However, in the year 2024, we had a huge profit, I guess, of 10,000 euros. This mainly came from costs, not from transactions not logged in the proper year, which were eventually logged in last year, ESN cards being invoiced late, and other invoices that just simply did not fall in the last year, they fell in this year. So our bank balance went from 5K to 15K. And now in year 2025, you can see that we went from 15K to close to 10K. So in the bank, we have a loss of 5,500 euros. The year report shows 6,200. The small inconsistency is simply from, I also answered this in the J app, it's from some transactions that I backlogged last year. So even though the payments were made in 2026, I logged them a month before in 2025 for consistency's sake. This is a bad practice, in my opinion, in accounting, and I took some leeway in doing it. However, I would not recommend the next treasurer to do that. So now where are we sitting? Current balance is, for our active account, close to 15,000 euros. And for our savings, I moved some money in the savings just to have a nice round number. So we have exactly 15,000 euros. We receive an yearly interest on this of around 200 euros. So it's not really significant, but the money is there. And I do not want that money to be touched for the next, hopefully, ever. We only want to use our active account. And as you can see from these numbers, ESN is very healthy, financially speaking, but should not endure more losses, especially of the caliber of last year. It's not catastrophic, however, hopefully it's not a pattern. We have seen that our profits and losses go up and down, and while it's hard to put the finger on why that is, I expect it to slowly stabilize over the years, especially as treasurers, we've had quite a bit of knowledge loss in the COVID and post-COVID transition. And hopefully that by now is recovered so we can continue properly and stably, I hope that's a word, in a stable manner for the next years. Key takeaways. Keep the same template that I wrote. I actually started from an empty ESN template and wrote the whole thing from scratch. I would suggest keeping the same template and the same categories just to make your work half easier. Keep the same H1 and H2 structure. Maybe consider doing quarter, so Q1 to 4. Also, add some more accounting clarification on exactly what some words mean. I take it for granted that everyone has basic understanding of accounting, but that's not always the case. And I did not have any knowledge when I first went into the position, so I think this thing should be explained in the appendix in the report. This is something that I actually understood from the questions on the G app. I overlooked it when I first wrote the report. And the takeaway from actually the numbers themselves, we need not necessarily to cut back on expenses, but we need to diversify our income. And I feel like this sentence has been thrown around left and right in ESN so much because, of course, we want to diversify our income. How can we do that? Well, in our case, we over-rely on partners. As you saw in the pie chart in the report, almost half of our income is partners. And of that partner's income, half is from one partner, so which is on our t-shirts. So we need to diversify that either by getting different sources of partners, more like reliable sources, or simply looking away from the partners that we have, maintain what we have, and look for other sources. We have an under-reliance on internal funding. Internal funding is what I named as the ESN card fee that we collect and the membership fees. And personally, my recommendation is to look at this side more. And for the next EEGA that we're going to have in June, where we fill up the rest of the national board, I am also going to draft a proposal to raise the ESN card price from 75 cents to €1. And more on that is going to be on the next budget report. What I say by draft a document, it means I'm going to prepare the amendment and we will see whether I put it forward to a vote or I leave it for the next national board ready and they can propose it themselves if they see fit. Let's look at how the budget realized. In the next slides, I have a few screenshots from the sheet itself, but we are on track to break even despite the prognosis of a loss. Realized income is close to 16K, realized expenses close to 19K. And if you wonder why these numbers are very low compared to the year report, is because the year report includes a lot of categories that are not put in the budget. There is work to be done in the transparency of the budget department. I think it improved over the years. However, we are still far from having the budget aligned with the year report simply because the year report also includes grants that are very unpredictable. And as a treasurer, I cannot just guess that we're going to get grants in the next year. So that's why that part is not included in the budget alongside other numbers. So we're looking at the current loss of €2,000. However, with still a month to go, I expect another €2,000 of expenses, mainly coming from the Lustum event, alumni event, which is probably going to happen in July, and also some leftover reimbursements and the notary costs if we end up finalizing that this summer. Additionally, we have a lot of expected income to receive, so that's why I'm expecting it to break even in the end. Particularly, we have the spring order and the membership fees, which have not been invoiced yet. They are on my to-do list for the next week, which will amount to around €2,000. And additionally, we also have to invoice Yes trips for the numbers that we achieved for the Copenhagen trip and the King's Day trip. So I expect that commission to be probably more than 2,500, but that's the bare minimum that we'll get. And also student mobility. You probably heard about them at NP2 where we voted them in. They have not yet paid our invoice, so we have been chasing them down a bit. Hopefully they will pay, but it's more Richard's problem to chase them around. At the moment, they have not paid yet. So quickly at the realization of each category, I'm mainly going to look at the total at the bottom. So we are 1,300 euros short of the initial prediction. That mainly comes from the ESN Lustrum, which has not spent any money yet. And also the notary, which to notarize our statute changes, we have not yet paid any of that. We have made progress. Hopefully it will happen over the summer. If not, it's going to be also continued for the next board to finalize. Additionally, there's some budget left for the team building between national board, national coordinators, and alumni, which should be spent in the alumni event in July. From partners, we are 3,000 euros short. Mainly comes from Lebara, which unfortunately we kind of stopped the partnership. However, we did receive the commission for last year, 2025. On the right side, you will see the numbers that each section will get for their commission. The national board collects their fixed fee of 1,500, and then each section gets the amount that's written there. Some of you have not even budgeted for it. For those, hopefully it's going to be a nice surprise. Those who have budgeted, hopefully it's on track with what you received. You're going to get the money transferred directly to your account in the next week or so. For the national board costs, I particularly want to pay attention to one line here, which is the General Assembly line. We initially budgeted close to 2,200 euros, but we ended up spending 3,000 euros. This was the reality of very expensive attendance to the event, as well as just having a lot more spots to use. And these events are extremely expensive, and it only makes sense that this is also partial subsidy. So most of us actually ended up paying half of the cost from our own pocket. So that's another 3,000 euros that are not in the budget. So that's why for the next budget, I increased this number because it's really not sustainable as it is now. Prices have gone up, traveling has gone up. Most of the travels are done by airplane. However, this year we've actively looked for sustainable and hopefully cheaper opportunities. So to both GAs, I also went by Flixbuses and trains. And while they took 10 times the time, they were sometimes cheaper, and we had to make those sacrifices financially. Everything else is pretty much in line. I also want to talk quickly about the last line. Oh, I'm running out of time. Who would have thought? For the last line, for the board support bodies, we are still 1,000 euros short. However, I contacted yesterday, I think, or 2 days ago, all the board support, and they will be reimbursed retroactively for the MPs that they attended. Basically, I will collect all the invoices that they have from attending NPs, and based on how much amount they request, I will divide so that everyone gets the equal amount. Another part that I couldn't fit in the slides because it doesn't fit the picture. The national board travels, which are within the Netherlands to visit sections, to attend MPs, we are just slightly above the target, but that mainly happened because there are still some reimbursements missing from national board members who did not submit or are just still collecting them, and also because we've had a very uneven situation in the sense that some of the board have free travels, some do not. So if you look at the individual breakdown, some of them literally have like 50 euros spent the whole year, while others have close to 400 euros. We are still within the total, but looking at these numbers and also last year's numbers, I decided to lower this budget for next year. The grants for sections, they are not fully utilized, mainly because these grants started half year through, so I would expect them to be halfway realized, which is fine for now. And I don't expect there to be any more grants used, so this is what the number is. We use 3 grants for the community meetings. For the community meetings, 3 grants were awarded. We also had, for Educate, 2 grants were given, and EGM, 3 participation fees were covered. It is an amazing pilot. It should stay there. And despite me saying that, I've slightly reduced the budget for next year. But if there can be more funds allocated to this, it should be a top priority because the engagement we get and the effort that volunteers put into this event is actually amazing. And I had a lot of pleasure of reading the reflection letters of the people who got grants. Last but not least, other events, NACOM still has some budget remaining because they still have 1 event to organize. Transition weekend, we overspent. That we did find a location close to 900 euros. However, I was a week late to book it, so we missed that one, so we had to look again. And the one we found was around 1100. I booked it, and then one day later we get an email, hey, we have an additional 100 euro service cost, so we pay that as well, and we are looking at 1200 euros total. And my bottom line is we really need more budget allocated for this. We need to have a proper venue in which we can have a proper transition and not just sit on the floor or sit in the garden. We need a place to actually do the presentation and the transition for the next national board. That's why I increased the budget for next year. Last year it was extremely low, 800, because we got very lucky with a house in a farm in the middle of nowhere that we managed to book very cheaply. That house no longer exists, so we couldn't book it again. PCM realized perfectly on track, and CLR lunches are barely 1/3 through. CLR3 lunch is missing. I haven't received the reimbursement that yet, but it will be also within budget. And my conclusion for this is that just OCs went for cheap options. Last year, people wanted more money for CLR lunches. I gave them more money through the budget, and now they don't use it. So next year, I'm lowering it again. It's still within reasonable margin. However, hopefully, it will be used better next year. And now we can talk about the next year's budget, and I have 50 seconds, but let's make that 5 minutes. So the main takeaways are that I slightly reduced the ESN card income, despite my proposal to raise the price, because I do not know yet if the proposal will go through. You might just vote against it, or maybe I will leave it for the next board and they will decide not to go for it. So I made the prediction based on the current price of the ESN card. Which is quite low. It's historically low. It's the lowest in 5 years. I don't know what happened this year. I would expect a lot of sections next year to panic that they're running out on low stocks, and we're probably going to see a lot of orders. However, I cannot make that guess unless I know everyone's stocks, and I do not have a good overview of that. I'm also mentioning that whatever ESN card price we vote next EGA or whenever it's voted will likely stay like that through the digital card onboarding. And yes, ESN digital card is happening. ESN Netherlands is expected to be fully onboarded by 1st of January 2029. So we have 3 more years to make the transition to the digital ESN card. It will start slowly, so there is no need to panic now. Me and Richard will give you more background on that in the community time that we have during some coffee break or whenever we have it. I also heavily reduced the partnership income, 4K lower than usual, simply because of uncertainty with Lebara. The partnership might continue, but in a different format, and we don't know what numbers we can draw from that. So there's a lot of uncertainty around that, so I did not include them at all in the budget. I don't know what deal we're going to negotiate.
Just to make a disclaimer that you're out of time, but we're going to take some of the time for the questions.
Yeah. Hopefully I talk more now, so you have no questions. It's mainly due to uncertainty. I don't know what kind of deal we're going to have, so I cannot really guess any numbers that we're going to get from Lebara. And also uncertainty with new partners. This year we made a lot of new partners, and I don't know how many are going to stick around for another year. We still have to see how we perform those partnerships. Just to put them line by line next to each other, the main difference is here I removed the lustrum, because the lustrum happens once every 5 years, and it's this year, it's not going to happen next year, and the notary cost as well. If we finalize it this summer, then it's done. If not, the next national board can amend the budget and include it if they are certain they're actually going to go through with it. And those are the main changes, no other significant changes. From partners, as I said, I removed Exchange Life. Exchange Life, it's stopping this year, so no more Exchange Life, and also Lebara, and slightly lowered the income from Yes Trips, simply because that we have not been performing so well in the trips. Not many tickets sell out like in previous years, so I lowered that quite by a bit. Total lower, the total margin is lower by close to 4,000 euros. And this really hurt the budget. We're going to see exactly why in a second. Other changes that were made, very briefly, international events were slightly increased. There was a lot of internal reallocation. So we moved money from community meetings to the GAs, because we prioritize the GAs over any other event. And heavily reduced the transportation costs. And additionally, there's also what I call ESN inflation, where participation fee for events just naturally tend to increase by 10 euros every year, and transportation as well increases. Board support slightly reduced from 1,500 to 1,000.
It's sad for this change. However, I simply had to cut costs from somewhere because I do not want to budget the 10K loss. So this was just a natural consequence of me trying to chip away costs from wherever possible. We also reduced the national board person travel from 300 to 200. This is gonna severely hurt the next national board. From the current candidate board, I don't know who's gonna be the next national board. I have no idea, but some of them hopefully will have free OV that can help bridge the gap with those costs. If not, they will need to amend to add a bit more money. Otherwise, they will just not have enough money to go to all of the events. Additionally, I reduced the grant for sections by 500 euros, which I don't expect to have a major impact on your involvement. And like I said, if there is no more money available, this should be one of the top places to allocate it to. And I also increased the transition week budget for the aforementioned reasons. And last but not least, I'm having a separate slide for NACOM. Very good questions from Hill on the GA app. I reduced their budget from 500 to 300. And let's take a second to think about what they actually do. So they organize the national activities, which on paper sound amazing, but the attendance is horrible to say the least. Only a few sections attend. And although on paper attendance has stagnated or slightly gone up from past years, it's still bad. So the reason behind that is simply that the ESN calendar is too packed. If you do the math with three CLRs, 3 MPs, 2 PCMs or NTEs, and all of the other events in the middle, is just too much. There is no time to fit 2 activities. That's why we as national board propose for the next NACOM to reduce to 1 activity, ideally self-sustainable, so they don't even require budget from the Netherlands, and also continue assisting with their other activities such as the YES trips. And the last steps for me, what I still have to do in my mandate, I have to close the budget. I will send back the money for Lebara commission and also the mischarged VAT. You can see the exact amount in the year report. So you're going to get some money from me probably on Monday or Tuesday. And I will also reimburse the board support, who have a deadline of like 10 more days to send me the receipts. And also I have to invoice the IT costs, which I have postponed till last second, but I still have to do it in my mandate, so I will do it. And also the spring order and the membership fees. So you can expect these in one together in one invoice. Your treasurers will see that from me next week. And I will also be chasing EGM payments because we pay the hostel for you and you have not paid back yet, most of you. So I will send a few reminder emails to do that. And last but not least, I will transition to the next MB and hopefully a treasurer as well. And that was my podcast. Leave a like, subscribe, and hit the bell notification. I'm open for your questions.
Thank you very much. Now you're going to have around 15 minutes for questions. The speakers list is open already. And the way we're going to do it, Sabine and I were going to exchange microphones, and whoever is on the speakers list gets the cube via air. You can throw it.
Throw
Yes.
it? Phoebe, don't break anyone's laptops.
Please be aware to close bottles. Water bottles.
Yes, please.
I played volleyball for 10 years. I think I can throw it.
Okay, so we have the first question from, give me a second to show it, from Talha.
I will bring it actually. I'm a bit scared. Yeah, but it's okay.
Okay, just a reminder that we're gonna time, you have 20 seconds to ask your question and then you have 45 seconds to answer. Yes, please.
Yes, Talha, event manager. This is regarding national activities. I remember at NP2, Richard proposed the idea of maybe making national activities weekend-long events instead of one day. I was wondering, with the decrease in the NACOM budget for next year, would this still be possible to organize a weekend-long national activity? Wouldn't it be difficult with an even lower budget?
I mean, even before we look at the numbers in terms of finances, we have to look at the manpower required to organize such an event. And NACOM has always struggled to find members. So while it is an idea that could work on paper, financially, honestly, we worry about the finances when we get there. For now, we don't have the manpower to organize such an event. So I don't see it happening in the next year. And to address the question with the current budget, of course, not possible. The current budget is meant to help them ideally go to the locations that they need to visit the locations beforehand, and not so much to actually subsidize the ticket prices. Because if we have an event of 50 people, they get like what, €6 back, so that's not really substantial. So the current budget is just to assist them in their operations more so than actually assisting the event itself.
Okay, so I'll use this to show you that you're out of time. Okay, cool. Then we have, I'm sorry if I'm butchering your names, I'm still on my Dutch 101. Wouter? Wouter.
Yeah. Hello, Wouter. Yeah. Wouter, ESN Nijmegen. I have a question regarding the transparency of the budget 2025-2026 realization. Is there a reason why the realization of the budget of this year was not uploaded on the GA app? And would you recommend to upload these on the GA app in the future?
Absolutely, genuine oversight on my end. It used to be something that was uploaded. However, the reasoning behind why I did not consciously think about it is because it was always uploaded as a means to be voted in for the year report itself. So that's what the year report used to be like, just a spreadsheet with the numbers. And me writing the proper report in my head replaced the need to share the realization. Looking back, I mean, now it's too late to change it. They will all be uploaded on the wiki, and I will let the next treasurer know that they should all be uploaded in due time. Ideally, even more than a week beforehand, the event, so that we actually have time to look at the numbers closely. But here, I gave you all of the numbers in the budget itself. They will be uploaded in the future. Yes, it was an oversight on my hand.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Then we have, again, Wouter.
Okay, so in the realization of the budget of 2025-2026, you discussed that you expect to break even. In the budget, you expected to lose around 3.2 thousand. How would you reflect back on this difference? And looking forward to the budget of next year, you also budgeted a loss there. But do you expect that the realized budget next year will also be more close to breaking even?
Yeah, thank you for the question. A great one. We always plan for the worst and hope for the best, and that was my approach as a treasurer. Some treasurers might take a more optimistic approach, but the budgets I wrote were the absolute worst case scenario for ESN The Netherlands. Hence, we never actually went below my prediction. We've always stayed close or even far away from it. The budget for next year, it's the most restrictive budget that I could write as a starting point for the next national board. I think it's even too restrictive as it is now. However, I have to give them the realistic baseline that they can actually build on top from. So I would expect them to amend it at MP1 and reconsider maybe new sources of income that they can actually predict and put in the budget and then use that money. What I gave them now is the most raw reality and the worst case scenario. And I did the same for the last budget. So that's why it's not realizing as it is, because I guess things turned out better than I predicted.
Thank you very much. Then we have, Gil? Gil. Okay.
Yes, thank you. My name is Giel. Yeah, I have a question about the NACOM budget, Sabine. Also a little bit related to your answer in the GA app, because you just told us all, and also in the GA app, that compared to last year, the attendance has gradually increased even. And you also mentioned that if this trend continues, the funding from ESN and NL may no longer be necessary in the future. If that happens, what you're saying, how would NACOM then function? How would they finance the activities and operate financially and also sustainability? Because if I'm reading that, in that case, we're totally depending on ticket sales.
Can you try to make your questions more concise, please? Thank you.
Okay.
I got it. I also have the text here. I mean, in the end, NACOM is just an events committee, right? And you all have an events committee in the local section, and how do they sustain their events? By selling tickets. That's also the vision I have for NACOM itself, for them to be self-sustainable. And if the trend of more attendance increases, and I mean by increases, it's not like a significant amount, it's like 2-3 extra people, but it's a plus. Then when you have a lot of people, then the costs just naturally distribute more evenly for the people, so it's less impact on individual ticket prices. That's what I mean by that. And when we get to a stage that is possible, then of course, ESN Netherlands, like as national treasurer, I would not want that money put into NACOM because they are a committee which can self-sustain. I would rather have the funds somewhere else. The way it is now, it's just a trend that I continued from previous budgets. NACOM is the only national team that receives any funding from the Netherlands. Project committee would also crave some money. IT committee would also love some money. NACOM is the only one who got that exception, and I want to continue the trend. However, at the current rate, it's not possible to increase it or to even keep it the same.
Thank you very much. Then we have Wout.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
In the budget of next year, you have reduced the total grant money for the sections to 1,500, but increased the amount of grants possible from 10 to 15. In the presentation, you said like we haven't filled the 10 slots this year yet. Do you expect them to be filled this year? And would you have expected them to be filled if we would have had 15 slots this year?
The slots in the grant section are simply just a means for me to justify how many grants I expect to give out, like 15, but it doesn't have to follow the rule. The grants will follow the rule of the grant policy written by the next national board or maybe by this board and pass on to the next board. So that number there is more so to show that I expect roughly 15 grants of 100 euros to be given out, but it can also be 10 grants of 1,500, or it can be 20 grants of 75 euros or however much that comes to. So I'm not looking so much at the number of spots. It's just an estimation, is more so the total amount that's binding here. And let's not forget the grant policy paper is the one that describes exactly what amounts can be given to what event, which for next year will only be grants of 100 euros. So then it makes sense that, okay, I expect 15 grants to be given out.
Thank you very much. And then we have, I'm sorry again, Hugh.
Yes, again, a question about your answer in the GA app. In the GA app, you stated that the ESNNL funding has limited impact on the NACOM ticket price due to the size of the NACOM events. I was this year, I'm still like an NACOM member, and we really relied on the tickets, the funding. However, would you not agree that the purpose of the national funding is not only affordability, but also reducing financially risk and enabling NACOM to organize more ambitious and accessible events for a whole network?
Thank you for your passion for NACOM, Hill. I'm rereading the question a bit. Can you keep it there, Neil? Yeah, regarding the reducing financial risk, I mean, I can see how you draw the parallel, because if we increase prices for the tickets, you can expect to sell less tickets, which does lead to less total income, which can lead to a bigger loss. However, the decision, the real decision behind the reduction is the fact that we're going to go from 2 events to 1, and that just mathematically justifies to cut the budget in half. And the reason we do that is simply because there is no room for more events. And regarding the actual funding for NACOM itself, I mean, I feel like I've already given the answer to this, but it's not so much about the safety margin as much as, okay, SNNL actually investing something into NACOM to, in a way, motivate them to work and not start from scratch. But we don't have enough money to actually make a significant impact, because, yeah, Nelly, even with 1,000 euros, that is an amount we can actually play with, and you can actually do some nice events with. But with 500, with 300 is not much. So the amount there is just to cover basic costs, and not so much as have an impact on the events. It's more so for the team, not for the events themselves.
Thank you.
Okay, so is there anybody else signing themselves to the speakers list? Okay, then I propose to close the speakers list. Is there an objection? Okay, so the speakers list is closed. Thank you very much for your questions, and thank you very much, Sabine, for your answers. And now that we've closed the topic, we proceed with the national events presentation and Q&A, and I'm giving the floor to Jasper. You have 6 minutes.
I know. Well, they want to come up?
6.
Cool. Yes. I can click here. Oh, fancy. Cool. Hello, everybody. We're going to give a little bit of an update on national events. As we know from NP2, the national events portfolio has been changed from the ownership of the VP to the network manager, hence why I'm standing here. First off, we start off with a little bit of feedback that we got from NP2, which is on the logistical side, so the things that Tal and I have influence over. Some of the things that really went well, that was received very well, were the name tags, some of the merch, and also the individual sugar cubes, showing that people really appreciate the appreciation in that sense. The value of the package was also very much appreciated. A lot of people mentioned that the bang for buck was very good. This also has to do with the AISS grant that we have this year, so let's see if we can get some other form of funding for next year's event as well. And also the combination of more chill and party social program, which we have also implemented this time around. Now, one of the big things that was mentioned a lot was the food, which is one of the big things that we also handed over to look into for the OC for this MP. Hopefully, you'll be fine with the food that we have this time around. And also the incorporation of the family and the theme, which is this MP has been incorporated a little bit more. And hopefully tonight, as on the social program, you'll see our work in that field. Now, that was everything from before. Now we have also introduced a new application process for the national events that you have seen, hopefully, for the people that have applied, for example, for SIM and MP. Previously, we did not have a formal application process for applying to these things. There were certain requirements and the statutory documents and the EPP that you had to follow, but that's about it. Now we formalized it, we're giving you a form, easy things to look into and kind of fill out, so it's easier for you, the GM, to see these applications and to judge them, but also for the potential OCs that are in here to have much more of like a like a guide on how to, on what to think about. Now you can see that the actual application forms were also discussed at CLR3, and specifically on the one-day event, the consensus was that the application form is a bit too much. However, my recommendation, especially for the next NM, for the next national board, and also for you, will be to look at it, see it for another year, and then judge these things. It's always easy to say something is new, something is too much, but have a little bit of a look into that as well. And obviously we have the JAD now, which is more centralized spot for your applications and these kind of things. So that's great to have. Important information to look into if y'all haven't already in the application form is the preferred dates, OC experience, the accommodation, the meals, because that's so important, and also the budget. Now, this for Tom.
Yes, so some updates from my side. We've been working on a new guide. It's called How to OC National Events. This guide is meant for local sections that might have interest in OCing a national event, but they're hesitant to do so because, they think it's their first time. They feel nervous because they might see it as too much responsibility. They might feel like they're not prepared to OC because they're new and they haven't done it before. So this guide aims to help these sections in understanding the whole process of OCing national events. It gives a timeline, recommendations on applications and how to best organize it, just to ease the process in their heads of how exactly OCing works, so that they have more clarity on it. And the guide is complete right now. It's in its feedback stage. So I've already sent it to some people for feedback. Thank you to the people that did give feedback. And the guide will be ready to send out soon. And that's all from my side.
Thank you. And that's it all on the national events. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. The speakers list is open. Let me just see for myself. Okay, so we have no questions. You have time to add questions. Okay, take your time to write. In the meantime, anyone else signing themselves up to the speakers list? I guess the national board will do that after all their steps for the day with the cube. Yes. Can you raise your hand if you're writing a question on the J app? Okay.
I can ask in the meantime. I will send it in a sec. So why is the OC application form Danny ESN
Can we get the name and section, please?
Danny ESN why is the OC application format like this instead of the one with like the NEG format, which is also what ESN International uses for like GA OC applications and such? Why is it a different one?
That's a good question. The answer is because all other OC forms, except for IAG and NAG, are like this. It's actually IAG, as far as I'm aware, that is the outlier in this sense. I myself find Excel and spreadsheets much easier to work with in that sense, because the doc gets very, especially with the tabs, it's much more organized, and a doc gets really unsightly after a long while. So that's why it looks that way. It's open to feedback. Give it, we'll work with that.
Thank you. Can we just ask you to write down the question in any case, even though you asked it on the GAP? Okay, thank you. Okay, so Kieran?
Hello, Elisa, board support.
Wait.
I know that I use Kieran is because my laptop is dead and it took me too long to log in on my phone. Is that a problem?
I don't think that's an issue procedurally. Okay, but can you just please state me your name and section once again?
Elisa, Section Development Coordinator, Membership Team. Okay, so the question is, we know that it's often a problem to find like a candidate for the next MP, and often like it maybe gets last minute, or like that has to be extended, and then they need to kind of scramble to put an MP together last minute. So I think that the guide is great, and I definitely think that's a great help. But have you also considered maybe trying to put in an effort to do what other NOs do, that you like kind of vote not for the next MP, but for the one after? You know what I mean? Like you vote for like 2 MPs in advance so that they have more time to plan it. Do you think that would be feasible?
Yes, thank you for the question. I have not considered it. The whole reason behind the application form being there is to make it, hopefully, like I said, easier for OCs to kind of understand what they're signing up for. But yeah, the reality is we still have a hard time finding OCs. For example, for MP1 right now, we have 1 application from the pre-established member in the network, and also for SIM, we have 1 application. I don't think it is reasonable to already have on calls for further in the year. However, it could potentially work. This is one of the things that I would actually give to the next NM as well, because that's doing an open call at MP1 for the rest of the year might be beneficial. We'll have to see.
Thank you very much. Then we have Max.
Which one?
At the front.
Max here in Amsterdam. My question kind of ties into Elisa's question as well, but specifically for MP1. With the current application process, the deadline for to apply for MP1 is the mid of June. If I'm correct, 17th of June. Kind of, yeah. That leaves, and I'm just wondering if that process could be. I don't want to use the word fair, but a little better or easier. The reason I'm asking it is because with this format, you're kind of, I don't want to use the word burden, but like setting the new board up with something they might not want to do. With most boards, mandates only starting, I'm trying, starting in September, and then they all of a sudden have to organize an MP. What's your opinion on that?
I hope I understood the question correctly. It was about the timeline for applying, right? Yes, cool. This is one of the things that was not part of the EPP, or at least if it was kind of like very vaguely. So this year we kind of vibe-based it. Next topic is going to be about the EPP and the change we've made there, which also mentions the updated timeline for application and a much more outline, like better outline of the timeline for applying. Second part of your question was more related to like the new boards taking over. I mean, we're not forcing anyone to do anything. You apply, and if you want to do it, do it. It really is up to you as the local section to decide if you want to burden your successors, or if you just want to, hang around with another.
Yes.
Yeah, just to add on. So NP1 usually happens in like the beginning of October or end of September. And yeah, because of the date at which NP1 usually happens, it's like kind of better to have the open call for the OC beforehand, like we're doing now, and hopefully alumni from the sections together with the new board or alumni themselves can organize NP1, because otherwise, if we open the call later, it might not be enough time to elect an OC and then give the OC time to prepare.
Can I have a comment? Okay. Oh, yeah, I should have the queue. It's also like, I wanted to point out the fact that like when you're OCing for a national platform, it doesn't have to be necessarily people from like that section. You can like reach out, for example, for like other volunteers that you know that maybe they have the experience or they are capable to help your newbies with what entails to organize an NP. So, yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone who's signing themselves to the speakers list? Then I propose to close it because I don't see any hands. Any objections? Okay, so the speaker list is closed and we proceed with the EPP. The speaker list for the EPP is going to be open in a second.
Cool. I'm here again. Awesome. Then a little topic on the EPP. We're going to walk you a little bit through the process of the timeline that we had, right? So at the start of the year, Anna and Tala started the process of looking into the EPP and how, I want to say politically correct, not very good it was. Then we changed ownership at NP2 from national events from the VP to the NM, and our idea of amending, or at least the two of them had an idea of amending things, really changed into like a rewrite because it required a lot of things. So we had a lot of consultation at CLR3. We had some one on the GA app. I talked a lot with Anya as well on the VPD on the international level, who also worked on the amendments to the international EP, and in the TNA community, the training and activities community. On the international level, I also got some insights from people on their EPP. So now we have a new document, and it's a new shiny new document, which was on the GA app and on the wiki. So I hope most of you have read it. Some of the bigger changes that I just want to outline are the actual timelines that are in there right now. Previous to the EPP change, we didn't really have very concrete timelines on when to apply, what kind of rights you as participants, for example, have, and also like what kind of rights we as the national board have to ask of the OC, these kind of things. There's much more clearly defined tasks, and the division in between those tasks is also much clearer right now. And we also have included the actual GMCT for the implementation of next year to also offload some of the work from the VP or from the national board in general. Now, hopefully, these changes will be met with a lot of praise, a lot of thumbs up, because these changes also reflect the reality of how we do things now. The EPP hadn't been changed significantly in years, and was really not reflective of how we do things now. So that's also one of the big things. Now, I'm done with talking here because I want to give you more time to give questions, because I did not receive any on the GA app. I like questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, the speakers list is open, and Jasper flagged it very well that there were no questions on the GA app, so please be considerate, but again, ask questions.
You can also leave appreciations if you like the work.
So we have the first question by Elisa.
Elisa, ESN Leiden, I guess it says, or National Board Support, whichever one. So my question, I'm not sure if it's exactly about the events policy paper, but it's, since we're talking about timelines, it's about the timing of MP2, because as we know, it's quite early in January, and there was kind of a problem this year that not many people from the Netherlands could attend because they were still on vacation, and we had like a lot more international guests. So is the timing being like changed? Have you considered maybe moving it later so more people can attend? What's the status on that?
All right, thank you for the question. It's a really good question. The timelines that are described in the EPP are all relative to the event itself. So they'll always describe 7 days before, 14 days before. The actual dates of our statutory meetings, like this one, is defined in our SOS and is a time frame. So it doesn't really have anything to do with the EPP, but it's up to you, especially with the new application process, for you to decide when you want to do them. Because there's, I think, a time frame of 3 or 4 weeks that we can have them, but that's up to the OC.
Thank you very much. Just a second. Is anybody typing a question?
It's that good.
Is that good? I guess it's a flawless document. It's okay. Okay, then if nobody is typing a question, I propose to close the speakers list. Is there an objection? Okay, so the speakers list is closed. Thank you. A round of applause for the people who made the EPP.
I really like standing here. Cool. Next one is going to be a little bit on the international updates. Because of the timing, everything's going to be a little bit short. I'm going to run through a lot of things and draw like a general conclusion from them. The slides are going to contain much more information. So please, if anything is interesting, look it up when we actually upload the slides to the wiki and onto the drive, because there are some interesting stats in there. Now, first off, we are going to reflect a little bit back on EGM. EGM, the final delegation, consisted of 34 people, and if you count Irene and John Lee who went as staff and Irene as international, we were 36. 36 for ESN The Netherlands, we're having 16 sections, is relatively really high. So that is a really nice achievement from us. In the end, 33 people out of 34 went, and we were represented by 9 sections, which is 56% roughly. That's relatively low, I have to say, and I want to know why. So during the question round, I hope that during the rest of the weekend, I hope some of you may be able to come towards me and talk about why EGM is or is not that interesting for you as a local session. Now, a couple of things that really went well. The OC was very responsive and generally done very well. So we as ESN NL were very much socializing with other NOs, which is also very nice. Delegation, generally speaking, was also very much on time and well organized. So thank you for everybody who was there. A little bit about the internal feedback form that we have 11 responses, is 30.5%. Hard to draw a lot of conclusions, but we'll go with it. The comments were very wholesome, so everybody who left a nice comment, thank you very much. Thought we were divided into the actual delegation accommodation, communication before and during EGM, the delegation itself, and the DL, which is me, and the vice DLs, which are Richard and Tom. Now, as I said, I'm just going to draw general conclusions that the delegation accommodation was done very well. The one thing that stood out from all of the responses was the recommendation to make it a requirement. Yes, no was kind of the consensus there. So again, I'll leave that to the next NM to interpret. The combination before EGM was done very well, and these are some of the key takeaways for that. So next NM, take notes, as well as during EGM, communication was also done very well. Now, when it comes to the delegation itself, the actual sphere was very good. The approachability especially was mentioned a lot of times, and also the general conclusion there is that it was done very well. So again, and then lastly, the DL and the VDL was also generally very positive. The delegation would like to see more involvement and exposure from vice delegation leaders, which is something that I did recognize. And also the serious and professional attitude was appreciated. So we'll also keep that into account for next year. Generally speaking, there's a little bit more room for improvement there. But because these are about people themselves, I will not be sharing the actual numbers. So these are some of the recommendations that I have for EGM Wrocław for next year. So to engage a little bit more, I'm trying to get the next NM to engage a little bit more local sections to kind of see why they would or would not go, better expectation management, especially for the expo that was mentioned, keep the freedom, but be a little bit more strict on the mandatory sessions, and maybe also time participation to the accommodation. Some recommendations as well regarding the spot allocation process. Right now we have a very informal, not too transparent spot allocation process where you as local sections just send us a motivation, a priority list with motivations, and we behind closed doors kind of like decide what we do with it. It's not too clear of a procedure, especially when it comes to the national level. How do they function in that sense? So my recommendation would also be to professionalize the application process through potentially a point-based system that would encourage national participation or other forms of participation in the network. But again, that is still a recommendation for next time. Then a little bit about web and EGM for 26-27. This is going to be important for you if you stick around or for your successors. Web Braunschweig, if I pronounced that correctly. It's going to be on the 15th to the 18th of October. It's got a really stacked OC, so we're really positive about it. Then these are the estimated costs as well. Personal recommendation would definitely be to look into Flixbuses, as these are hella cheaper. Sign-up date is going to be halfway through July, so keep that in mind. Again, for your successors, if they are or are not a mandate already, to sign up for this. More information will come at SIM as well. And for EGM Wrocław, the event is going to be on 15th to the 18th of April. Recommendation would be to already book, like plan in your calendar to go from 14th to 19th, as we've seen that this year and also last year, travel days are quite needed. The rest between the travel and the actual event is quite needed. Participation and the costs are also up here, and the sign-up is going to be go out somewhere in October. Any questions?
Thank you very much. So the speakers list is open, and you can put your questions on the J app. First of all, I would like to ask if somebody is typing a question. Okay, we have a person typing. Okay, and now we have the first question from Anastasia.
Which one? Oh, no. I'm going to throw it.
Can we have an NB member to do their steps with the cube?
Okay, Anastasia, ESN Amsterdam. I was just wondering how exactly the point system will work and what your idea for it is.
Yes, thank you for the question. This is at the moment a recommendation. So right now I don't have an exact implementation of how I would like it to go. We do have a little bit of over a month left in our mandate, so I might put something together. But right now I'm talking a lot with the other national representatives, the Dodo community, how I would like to call them, to just get inspiration. For example, Belgium has a really extensive point system that just kind of encourages national participation, such as, you get extra points if you OC a national event, or if you go to all the MPs or SIM, these kind of things. But again, it's a recommendation that is really up in the air for interpretation for whoever takes on the position after me.
Thank you very much. Then we have Max.
Max, ESN Amsterdam. Not necessarily a question, maybe more so a comment. Jasper, you mentioned that during EGM there were 9 sections represented. I feel like in my kind of point of view, part of the reason why it's maybe this low is because of the fact that maybe not a lot of sections get their platform costs covered. I know we didn't. So I'm not sure if that's the case for other sections. Just looking around, but that may be a reason why they just don't have the financial capabilities to do to go. I know there's grants and stuff like that, but still, so that may be a good thing to like look into whether that's the case.
Yeah, cool. Good question. That's comment, mostly comment, yeah. Yes, the financial reality of every individual section is obviously different from every other section. So it's also really important to keep in mind if that is or is not the case. If that is the conclusion, I might look into it deeper, but if that actually is the conclusion, we may be able to work together with the treasurer to have some form of grant policy, because the grant policy does cover EGM. It does. Cool. Apply for the grant.
Yes, Phoebe, National Board. I also have another comment is that the next president and the education team can also support you in trying to speak to your university into getting the costs covered, because this is done in a lot of other NOs. People actually get financed to go to EGM, so that's also something that you can reach out for. Yeah.
Absolutely what Phoebe said. ESN Netherlands just doesn't have the funds and, to be honest, the motive to fund participants to attend EGM. It should start from either the section, which some sections can actually genuinely afford to cover at least the participation fee, and also from the university. That should be the places to look, not the Dutch, it's a Netherlands budget.
There you go.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Then I propose to close the speakers list. Is there an objection? All right, so the speakers list is closed. Thank you very much, Jasper. Give us just a second.
Test. Can you hear us? Diego? Hang on. What is it? Can you hear us? You are still muted, Diego, though. I'm muted. Yeah, no, I'm muted through this laptop, but not through that one.
Okay, so just to let you know,
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Is it working? Sure. Hello.
Nope. We're going to maybe Diego.
okay, just a disclaimer, because we're waiting for Pepe to join the call as well. The order in which we'll do the presentations is gonna be Diego, and then Glenn, and then Giuseppe at the very end, and then we're gonna have a common question round for all three of them. And we're good. So Diego, whenever you're ready, you can start.
All right. Hello, everyone. Very perturbing to not being able to see everyone, but everyone can see me. I'm Diego, and today I shall be presenting my main chair application. Okay, I can hear this at least. Next slide. So, to describe a bit myself, I'm a 2000s baby, meaning I'm 25, turning 26 soon. I'm a nuclear energy engineer. I'm gonna graduate after my thesis presentation in September. As some of you may know, but music is my passion, so I DJ whenever I can, and I'm also ESN at heart. I'm team dog, so sorry for all the cat lovers. Sorry about this, and I'm going to be applying for main chair, and yes, I put those two emojis because in French, that's literally what main chair means. Main, ma, hand, and then chair. So yeah, funny. Next slide, my ESN journey. So I joined ESN when I was doing my first year of master's in Stockholm in this October 2023 for a full mandate, and I went back to my hometown Paris, where I did a full mandate as vice president. And it was during that same run that I joined International by being first a member of the network analysis. And then after my mandate of VP of Paris, I also became the content team coordinator of MEC. I also decided to join ICE because it was really great in terms of opportunities. And in terms of chairing experience, I've chaired 3 national assemblies. The first one was technical chair in Belgium in Mons in October 2025, alongside our beloved Jasper, who was main chair. Then I became, thanks to his inspiration, the main chair of BNP2 in February this year, alongside Glenn, who's going to be presenting earlier. And then most recently, I was technical chair for ESN Norway Elective NA. No, we can go to the next one. I've done quite a few events, so like 10 NAs up to date, 9 international events, so like Sea Battle, Pubs, Spree Break, 3 EGMs, and then most recently the GA.
Very quickly.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Next slide. Oh, hello, Ellie. My motivation is going to be very, very quick. It's going to be based on 3 pillars. So continuity and long-term commitments, not just doing for one GM, but growing with the NO itself. So I would like to bring consistency across the full year. I would like to learn from each general meeting to make the next one smoother. I will be familiar and reliable plenary culture. I will be building trust with the national board and chairing teams and sections over time. I would be present before, during, and after each GM and throughout the whole year, like I said, and I'm very open to feedback, and I like it to constructive criticism. Then structured, fair, and inclusive plenaries. So, sorry?
You're out of.
Okay, very quick. Very quick. So clear procedures so everybody understands what's going on, strict but fair time management to protect the agenda, neutral moderation, making sure all participants feel heard, safe, and respected, and keep plenaries efficient without losing space for important discussions. And last but not least, the last point would be, next slide, supporting the national board. So chairing team that supports beyond the plenary, and this is, supporting the preparation and structure of GM agendas, the attitude. Okay, sorry. Yes, just read what's on the screen and I'm done. Thank you.
Give me 1 second.
Thank you very much, Diego. And yes, we might allow 30 seconds or so for every candidate, but please be respectful because this is the duration for all candidates. Thank you. Now, we would like to invite to the stage Glenn.
Glenn?
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, this is a different microphone for different people. So anyway, I'm not gonna waste your time. I'm gonna keep it short, sweet, and sexy. I'm not Gisep.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out. Give me a second. We need to.
Don't worry, take your time.
Yeah, I know, but.
All right, hi, nice to meet you all once again. I am Glenn Sigmund. I'll be your technical chair. I'm very emotional, not always technical. So we're going into the next year, 26, 27. We need a new technical chair. It's a new year. Got to move forward. So who am I? I am the person on the right side. Sometimes I also look ugly. I am 27 years old, turning 28. I'm an old man, kind of like Jasper. I am mixed Asian. I'm a yellow fellow, representing right here for all of Asians. I'm from Belgium. My dad's from Belgium. Mom's from Hong Kong. I did my degree in AI and robotics. It's very special, very fancy. I don't remember much of it anymore. I did my Erasmus traineeship in Setúbal, Portugal, where I worked in AI plagiarism detection of research papers. My work in IT right now, specifically IT support, where I also do the infrastructures, networks, and basic cybersecurity. I also like working out. So, another picture with a microphone. So I am an alumni of ESN Belgium. I was the IT manager there for about 2 mandates from 2023 to 2025. I was the main technical chair from 2023 until 2026 because I really like doing it. So I am also from a local section, ESN Hasselt. It's a baby. It's a neighbor of Maastricht. I remember today. Where I did the visuals, social media, etc. Trip manager for a couple of international city trips. And right now I am El Presidente. I also went to a couple international events, WEB in Edinburgh. I love it. And I recently went to Split where I met a lot of people from your delegation. Holy shit. Okay, motivation. Why am I motivated? I want to be the very best, like Pokemon. At international events where I met a lot of members via an NL and also at local NAs, we're neighbors, pretty much. I love being technical chair, as I mentioned before. I like to work with new technology as I do on my job, and also that's the nature of being an IT person and experiencing new procedures of working. Plans. What can I do for you? Okay, I have technical sharing experience. I know how to communicate with OC based on issues that always happen and how to prevent them. I work in tech support. I know how to solve issues. And also cybersecurity awareness with documents that are not supposed to be seen by some people and handling voting. Thank you. That was fast.
Thank you very much, Glenn. You can take your seat and then we'll call you again on the stage once the question round begins. Do we have Pepe in the call?
Pepe, can you hear me? He's not in yet. He's not in yet. No?
How do you do that?
Always a perfect moment.
Okay. Okay, so.
You need to unmute it here.
Okay.
Oh, I can, yes. Can you hear me?
I mute myself. Give it a thumbs up, and then you can go. Okay.
Okay, just a question. Are you going to share the presentation for me?
Yes, I will. Yes, I will.
So I don't need my laptop. Okay. I'm actually ready. I have 2 minutes, right? Okay. Well, I'm actually ready.
Pepe, you.
Okay, thank you. Just to save time, I will skip all the non-relevant info that have already been shared through the question time and the application. So I will just complement with what I didn't have the chance to add there. Well, I'm Peppe. I'm from ESN Foggia, Southern Italy, 33 years old, and I'm currently the main chair of the communication committee. Next slide, please. Next. Go to the other one, please. I am applying for this position because, as I mentioned in the application, my time in chain team of the communication committee is going to be over. Next slide, please. And I will still try to. Sorry, my card is here. I will still want to try to share my experience and my expertise in chairing NAs. Next slide, please. My style in chairing committees or NAs in general is very people-oriented. This means that in order to do that, and it's something that it's next slide, please. It's something difficult to really manage because people change. People are unpredictable. You have to next slide, please. You have to next again. Sorry. You have to basically try to foresee everything that you can predict. So organization, communication with the training team, with the OC, with the participants. Next slide, please. And in order to do that, next slide, you have to basically try to have everything under control. Once you do that, so you set deadlines, you have to be somehow strict in this sort of way, even not complying with people. Sometimes, next slide, you have to try to work on all of this space. Once you have everything that can be controlled under your hand, that lets you the flexibility that is needed to be adapted, mostly on the spot, but also when problems arise and when you have to face directly these issues that are difficult to be foreseen. For this reason, I think that in an NA, an active participation of all the parties involved is required. Otherwise, if it was only on the chain team, you just set an AI to do the job. And is that the timer? Okay. I will try to sum it up. Once again, my style of chairing NAs is mostly based to flexibility, but this flexibility is only allowed when you have everything that can be controlled under control. That's it. I cannot go on. So thank you. That's my cut, by the way. I need this like silent applause thing because I didn't get in GA what intent. Now I get it.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let me just see on the GA app. Okay, so we are waiting for your questions. The speakers list is open. Just a reminder, questions 20 seconds, answers 45 seconds. Diego, Pepe, Glenn, this applies to you. You have 45 seconds to answer every question. And Glenn, maybe it would be wise if you come here as well.
just one question. Do you guys? Can you speak?
Yes, check, check. They hear the microphone?
Perfect.
Okay, cool. Is anyone typing a question on the J app?
Yeah, I was ready.
Okay. Okay, we have the first question from Taha to Glenn.
Yes, Taha, event manager. So my question to Glenn, you have quite a bit of technical chairing experience, which is great, but I noticed that all the times you were technical chair, it was specifically in ESN Belgium. So only ESN Belgium and not other NOs. So I wanted to ask you, do you see this as a potential downside? Considering if you chaired in different NOs, you would get to experiment with different tools. Or in Belgium, did you experiment with different tools as technical chair each time you were in the chairing team?
All right, Glenn is in Belgium here. So considering I would the end, I'm going to reword it in a very IT kind of way. When you learn to work with a certain technology or programming language, for example, C#, whatever, the basics are the same. The way of thinking you take, the technologies you use, the only difference is how you use it. And in IT, you have to learn to use different technologies all at the same time. That's something, it's not a question if you can, you have to. As for my technical sharing experience in Belgium, hasn't been only in Belgium, I am very confident that with the knowledge and basics that I know are very adaptable in different NOs. Well, obviously in Belgium we use Slido. You use the GAI app here. That's a different technology, and that is something that can be transferred with knowledge of different IT managers. So I'm confident it will work.
Thank you. Anyone else signing themselves up on the speakers list? Okay.
I can type it later, is that right? Yes. This is a question to all three of you to see what kind of interpretation you have. A little bit of context on the international level and also in ESN Germany now. They have monthly calls, which are called the NOS calls, the National Organization calls. This is where the international board and all national organizations come together and the sports organizations come together to give updates, do consultation, lighten the load, basically, for the actual physical events. As I said just now, Germany started doing this as well to also lighten the load of their 3-day MP, right? Is this something you would maybe look into or want to pursue as well, looking especially at the agenda today, which is really heavy? As example, you have 2 minutes to present as a candidate, which is not optimal.
Try to wrap it up. Okay, so the way we're gonna do it, we're gonna take turns in answering the question if it's directed towards everyone. So now we're gonna start with Diego, then the next question Pepe will start, and the third question Glenn will start. So now Diego can answer first.
Is it working?
Yes, perfect. We hear you very well.
Okay, thank you, Jasper, for your question. A very good question, having experienced both 2 days NA like in Belgium and 3 days NA like in Germany. I think this will depend on the workloads of the agenda, to be honest. Would people rather keep it short over 3 days or keep it long and just to have it over the weekend? Because a lot of us are working on Fridays and cannot make it, sadly. So I think this is a very good question that cannot be answered now and should be consulted with the local section, with the national board, as well as the OC of the NAs.
Thank you, Pepe. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, Giuseppe, yes.
Is it me or not?
It's you, yes.
Okay. Yes, I actually mentioned this in my presentation. Couldn't have time for that. I would implement such calls, but not in the way that, not the same ways as the NO calls. In Italy, for example, we do preparation calls before the NA in dates to be decided, to be agreed on, and we do it on regional basis. So, for example, section cooperations or sections that work together for some reasons. This is something that actually proved effective instead of having just all the sections together, because different clusters of sections might have different voting intentions or different needs. It's something that I would like to implement. Honestly, of course, I would need to get the sections first and their needs in order to be to find the most effective way. But the idea of checking up before the NA and be ready when the NA starts is I would like to pursue it.
Thank you. Now we have Glenn. Glenn, do you want to come here to answer the question? Or you have the cube already? Okay.
I can be wherever you want. I'm really sorry. I didn't really hear you that well. I understand that I can lessen the workload of the ND. Short, long story short, or? Wait, sorry?
The question is, we have no cost in cash flow, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to do something similar for us to lighten the load on this fiscal fund?
NO cost.
NO.
NO.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
How would you facilitate in your?
Um, in all honesty, I don't really have an answer to this one. Very honest. Yes.
Thank you very much. Anybody else that's typing a question? You still have some time to answer questions. All right, then I propose to close the speakers list. Is there an objection? Also from the NB side? Oh, good. All right, so the speakers list is closed. Thank you very much to the candidates. A round of applause. Okay, so now, do we have OC in the room? The OC, yes, we have a person.
Okay. Hello. I hope you guys are hungry because we're having lunch now. Does everyone know where the canteen is in this building? Yeah. Okay. So Leah's gonna guide all of you to the canteen. So just follow her. And yeah. When do they have to be back?
So right now it's 12:55, so please be back here at 1:40. Yes, so that's it. Thank you.
Everything okay so far? Everything okay so far? Do you guys need anything or should be okay? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now, I would like to invite to the stage Maria.
Hi, everyone. So if you're wondering who's the crazy girl who applied for ESN National Board without any previous experience, it's me. Okay, so basically, who am I? I know another Romanian, but I promise we're cool. I was born in Ukraine, but that doesn't matter. Let's just keep through it. I have my own personal podcast with professors from University of Groningen. I also love acting. I love debating. I love organizing events. So yeah, that's pretty much me. What ties me to ESN, apart from not being in ESN ever? I was the vice president of a local council in Romania. So what we have in Romania is something super similar to what you have here. We have school councils in every single schools. Then we have a local board, which is what you guys are. And then we have a national board. And I was vice president in a local board. We had 42 councils on a local level. So it's kind of like 42 committees, kind of, and then 43 councils on a national level. We had to represent 92 students, and just like you, I was representing those students on a national level. My biggest disadvantage in caps lock, I have never been part of ESN, as I said. However, what have I been doing to gain insight and learn about ESN in the past month is messaging you. I think I've reached out to every single president, but also some local boards, but also some even presidents of committees. And I want to take the time to say thank you so much, because I have gotten very detailed and very like in-depth responses about what you are expecting from a national board or a network manager, but also what's your favorite part about ESN. I've been also studying the structurally and technically, and I'm sorry, I'm still new to the dictionary, so when you ask questions, please explain what you're referring to. But I've also tried to understand the culture and the community. Now, let's move on, because I have 6 seconds. 4 foundations of ESN: internationalization, diversity, professional opportunities and skill development, continuous improvement by small and consistent impact, community, and these are some messages that you sent to me, which I greatly appreciate, and my development strategy. Please, I didn't want to come empty-handed. I'm basically doing this because I really want experience. I know I'm not ready to be NM. I hope to gain this position either in 2 years or 3 years. However, I still really wanted to come in front of you and to talk to you because, first of all, I wanted to get to know the community. Second of all, I really want to do this at some point. If you want to ask me about development strategy, please do my questions. Otherwise, I'm out of time. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm gonna get the cube. So up next we have Taha. And you have 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Talha, event manager here. Hopefully, your next network manager. Fingers crossed. Firstly, I'd like to thank the current NB, SNA, and COA for selecting me to be in the candidate board. I'm really happy to be given this opportunity, and I would like to present my candidacy for network manager. But first, I want to talk about why I'm motivated for this position specifically. Simply put, I really love the international level of ESN. It's what I love most about ESN. It's what I'm most passionate about. Over the past 2 years, I've attended a total of 23 international events in various different roles: chairing teams, coordinator roles, participant, volunteer roles. And this has allowed me to develop not only a lot of professional skills and competences to grow professionally, but it's also allowed me to meet incredible people, a lot of whom ended up becoming my best friends and people who I consider my family. And this would not have been possible. I would not have been able to meet these people if it weren't for the events that I went to. And my job as the next network manager is to show you the impact of the international level of ESN. Because just like how the international level changed me, I believe it has the power to change anyone else who truly understands it and decides to engage with it. So my job would be to raise awareness of these opportunities and prepare you for these opportunities as the next network manager. To explain my vision for the position, I created a document which I call my map of ideas. This is a 17-page document that's divided into 5 pillars of my candidacy. I really hope you've read this document because I don't have much time to go over it right now, but these are the 5 pillars that I have that go over the entire portfolio of network manager, national events, international engagement. And yeah, this document is the best representation of the goals that I plan to accomplish and my vision for the position. I would like to end by saying thank you for everything. Thank you to ESN for giving me this opportunity. Thank you to ESN for giving me all the international opportunities that I got to participate in. And thank you to everyone who's been a part of my journey for the past 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now I would like to invite to the stage Tom for his 2-minute presentation.
Oh, sweet. Oh, hello and welcome everyone. Let's just stay on this side for once. Welcome to my candidacy as network manager. Well, first of all, for those who don't know, who am I? I am Tom. I am the International Affairs Officer currently for ESN The Netherlands. I am the main side quester of ESN The Netherlands as well, and I love ESN. Let's start with that. I have been in ESN now for 3 years. I've been an active member first and then a local board member in my lovely home section of ESN Zwolle. I've been the last year in the MB support for IO. And over the last year, I have done a lot of national and international events on the list there. This all started basically at EGM Ancona, where my eyes opened up that what we do in Zwolle for 200 students is just a small part for what we do over 500 sections over 45 countries. It's the main stage. It shows me how big we are and what an effect we have on this world and on this network. It made me interested to connect to people and to network with people and to, in that way, connect and learn who I am, but also see what I can bring to others, which turned out communication and creation. So what do I stand for? Potential, authenticity, understanding, connection, and honesty. I want to create a network that values these things so we can create a healthy environment where we all can learn, grow, and develop ourselves as young people. And I think is this it? What is the goal? Continuity. Because as ESNL, we're doing great. Among the network as a whole, I can, without much arrogance, say we're on the top level. But, however, there is things we can improve on. And one of the big ones is continuity. Luckily, we now have Sabine and Jesper, who are really well representing us next year on the international level. And I'm so proud of you boys. But it would be amazing if we can keep on going with the process and keep on representing ESNL not only strongly nationally, but very strongly internationally as well, and show them why we are good and why we can be better. I think if you have any questions, let me know. And that was it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite Ella to the stage.
Hello, my name is Ella Limot, and I am the candidate for the project manager position next year in the NB. I'm very happy to be standing in front of you, and yeah. So who am I? I was born and raised in China. My parents are Slovenian, and over the past 3 years, I have been studying industrial engineering management in the Netherlands. My hobbies include lacrosse, traveling, art making, and my ESN journey began as a member 3 years ago, then as a buddy in the intro weeks, and now as the president and local representative of ESN Twente. Okay, so my motivation. ESN really gave me a strong sense of belonging. I really love the community, and you guys have really made the Netherlands a third home for me. Saying that, I would really love to give back to the community, and I'm really passionate about improving the experiences of local volunteers. And I see strong potential in developing the project manager role. I have a lot of great ideas, and I'm really excited for all the opportunities that we have. Lastly, this is a great opportunity to challenge myself and grow both personally and professionally. Okay, so my plans for the future. I plan on making projects more accessible to local sections. Some ways I could do that is to make the local sections more involved in the project making process. So that would mean holding workshops during national training events, during NPs, where we can really dive deep into each of the projects, discuss the goals, how the local sections can be involved in these projects, the vision, and how they also relate to the causes of ESN. The safety initiative. This is something that I highlighted in one of my additional documents. During EGM, I noticed that a lot of local sections don't have a standardized way of creating their safety teams and managing them. And something I would really like to work on is to work with all the local sections to create a tailored plan for them on how to recruit and manage their safety teams. So that means first aid, their safety teams during not only events, because this is something we focus a lot on, especially on the national level, but also in everyday events and how you guys can incorporate BHVs in your events.
Your time is up.
Yes.
Can you wrap it up?
And last thing is collaborating with other NOs. I would really like to continue a project that this year Tessa was working on, skills and employability with ESN Germany. So yeah, thank you so much.
Then we have the last candidate, which is Max.
Thank you. Okay, let's speed run this my style. Okay, who am I? I am me. I am Max, 24 years old. I'm younger than ESN Poland. Currently doing a master's study in Utrecht. Current partnership manager of ESN Utrecht as well. Started my ESN journey at ESN Zwolle right after I came back from my exchange in Canada, and I love a pizza Marjolein. If you don't know what it is, come find me afterwards. So, some of my ESN highlights of the year. MP1. If you said to me that I'll be standing here in Groningen right now presenting my national board candidacy, I would have laughed at you. Kobo, very nice, can't remember anything. Web, really, really sick. And the best one, EGM, of course. Now, funny stuff. Why do I want to become national partnership manager? Well, I already said it in my video, but for me, partnerships are not just like financial agreements. They enhance students' experience, support events, and overall strengthen the network. I already see that we're doing very well on the national level, but I would love to improve this and build upon this. But also, I want to connect local partnership managers. I want to put the N in a network to the BFC, build a strong BFC where we share knowledge, ideas, and challenges, and overall make the partnership manager role feel less individual. So concretely, my goals would be create an interactive and engaging BFC, also improving our community meetings, build an accessible knowledge hub for local partnership managers, and ensure national partnerships are actively used throughout the network. And kind of give every single partnership manager a toolkit like this where they have shared knowledge, they know how to activate partnerships, they have onboarding templates, and they have a really interactive BFC they can come to for any questions or whatsoever. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So now I would like to invite the candidates to come to the front of the stage. But you can also take yourselves a chair from around so that you don't have to sit straight.
I go give you this one.
Is it working?
It's working. Sorry. I will give you this, and then you can just, whoever answers, pass it along, and I will. Motherfucker. How can we connect the face to that?
Any questions?
I get the new microphone. Okay, so give me just a second. All right, we'll start with the first question from, how do you pronounce your name? Justas? Justas, okay, got it correctly. Okay, the question is for Danny, and you have the cube? No, okay.
Yeah, I'm very curious.
Okay, Danny, as presumptive future president, what is a weakness or a point of improvement that you currently see in ESNNL, and how would you like to improve upon it?
A general weakness or?
General, anything.
Well, I think, like what I also mentioned, that one of my pillars is the engagement of the local sections, especially in the format of our national events, the statutory ones like MP or CLR. The national board already did some changes this year, but of course it's a long process and we just have to try a lot of stuff, and I hope to continue that next year.
Okay, thank you. I hope it's not making too much sense. Kieran.
Yes, Kieran, ESN Zwolle. I have a question for Max about the BFC community. You said you want to improve it and get more interaction with everyone, but can you tell us a bit more on how you exactly want to do that?
Thank you, Kieran. That's a really good question. So what I'm trying to do is actually ask partnership managers or in general the BFC community before an NP or maybe even an ETA, what kind of stuff they would like to discuss during the community meeting. Instead of making it a therapy session where we all just share how well we're doing, actually make it into a really interactive session. For this, I want to also take inspiration of the BFC community calls that has already been going on in like the big BFC community, and how we did that at the web earlier this year.
Is that me? I guess it is. Okay, we have Edward.
Hello? Oh, shit. Yeah, this one's for Max. If you look back at your board year over the past year, what are the most noteworthy achievements you said you would have achieved this year, if you look at it? Accomplishments.
Well, thank you for the question. I think most noteworthy achievements for my personal board year were rebuilding the partnerships we have within ESN Utrecht. Historically speaking, it's been in a steep decline for the past years, and we've been too reliant on one single partner. And right now we expanded the partnership network from 3 partners to 9, and more on the way. And also diversifying it, we went from giving our students more accessibility to therapy. For instance, we signed a deal with a therapy agency specialized in expats and international students, kind of to bridge the gap between, make it more accessible for them, but also looking at sports options and even vegan food. Thank you.
Thank you.
Am I? Okay, yes. Then we have Leah.
Sorry, Max, I also have a question for you. Looking at the national level, what kind of partnerships do you want to expand on in the next year? And do you have any specific partners you would be interested in reaching out to?
Good question as well. Very good questions, everyone. Well, we already have a really diverse network of partnerships. What I would really want to try and expand on is how do we get that to the local level and make sure that also local sections benefit from this. So not necessarily, I say, not necessarily looking into acquisition, but more like activation of the partnerships.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then we have Elisa.
Hello, I'm Elisa ESN Leiden. My question is for Maria. First, I cannot see you. Oh. First of all, I wanted to say thank you for your candidate. I really appreciate, like, also, as you said, like, it's really brave to be coming here to talk in front of us when you don't really know us. So great job. I love your energy. But as you said, this was mostly to kind of like put yourself on the map. So in case like you don't get this position, how do you kind of envision your journey within ESN? Like what are your next steps, the plans?
All right, so the reason why I have not joined ESN so far is because I'm from Leeuwarden, and I saw the jokes on the group chat yesterday about ESN Leeuwarden, but honestly, I really needed it. I'm 18, so I'm in my first year of bachelor's, but I'm moving to ESN Amsterdam next year, to Amsterdam next year, and hoping to be accepted into ESN Amsterdam. And then I hope to go into support structure and maybe even do event manager next year. But if not, then just join the committee for now in ESN Amsterdam and then do the long route, wait for the board in ESN Amsterdam, and then finally go for network manager in 2 years.
Okay, thank you. We have Max.
What do you mean if I ask yourself or what?
Max is in Amsterdam. This one's for Tala. So Tala, obviously you've been to many events the last like 2 years. I was wondering, obviously you've probably learned a lot there. What's the number one change you would make in our network?
Yeah, thank you for your question. So there's a lot of ideas I have. If I had to pick one, specifically for national events, it would be to try and make the plenaries and the activities that happen in our national events more interactive and more engaging. We've been doing pretty well already like this year, but I have some more ideas, for example, implementing a section market or designing the plenaries in a way that's more engaging. So that's the number one thing I would try to change if I had to pick one out of all the ideas I have.
Thanks.
Thank you. Is anybody else signing up for the speakers list? Okay, then we will wait. In the meantime, we have a question from Brandon.
Thank you. Brandon is in Utrecht for Tala as well. Where are you? Hi. Yeah, attending international events also comes with a certain financial burden, having to pay up front and also not being able to work for us stuck in the hospitality prison, was it? Do you have any ideas in mind how you can make this maybe more accessible for people who might feel like it's such a kind of, burden to go before they even can see what the value of it is? Because I agree with the value that it has, but you have to take that step first.
Yes, thank you for your question. And yes, I can say from experience, it can be a financial burden. My wallet kind of hates me, like right now especially. For international events, in the grant policy of ESNNL, you can apply for a grant to go to another NA in another delegation. So that opportunity is available already. And depending on how we do the grant policy next year, we can make this a bit more accessible. So continuing the grants for EGM, WEP, and international activities as well, maybe if we can expand onto that. So hopefully that would, lessen the financial barrier. And I would also encourage participants to maybe try to apply for coordinator roles or OC roles, because usually when you're in those roles, then you get some sort of reimbursement. When I went to Sea Battle, I got reimbursement because I was the program coordinator.
Thank you. We have Elisa.
Hello, Elisa ESN Leiden. My question is for Ella. I was just wondering if there's any new project that you're thinking of starting, if you've looked into anything, and also if you can elaborate on how you're planning to
collaborate with other NOs, and kind of where you look in that direction?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. In the presentation and also in the additional document, I highlighted a new project that I wanted to start, which is the safety initiative. I think anything can be really considered a project, and I really want this to be an initiative that helps the local sections. If you want to read more about it, it's in the additional document, but yeah, I highlighted what it was for all the local sections, create a system for safety teams. If it has a lot of, how do you say, if it's very popular, we can also look into getting a volunteer to give a first aid training in one of the training events. And for the question on coordinating with other NOs, I would really like to see how far Tessa planned the skills and employability workshop with ESN Germany, and if that's possible, I will take it over. Otherwise, I will also see what the other NOs are planning, and yeah.
Thank you very much. We have Phoebe.
It's more tricky in AGA because they cannot see the questions in front of them, so they always have to rely on us. Okay, so my question is for Dani. It's about the level ups and the GAs. How would you improve sections attendance and engagement in the topics we discussed at the level up? And how would you bridge the content from the GA to the local sections?
That's a good question. Honestly, I really want to make sure that like at the beginning of the year with SIM and MP1, we kind of try to catch the attention of especially the local representatives in that case. So they still are engaged through all of this up until the point that we reach the first GA and especially later on the May GA. How to especially like convert the topics from like the GA level to like a local level. Probably the best way to do it is to explain why this is important for them. So to make them care about it and then roughly keep the content as it is now, because that is hard to like do anything else with it. It is how it is. But that's a last sentence. Yeah, I would just try to consult with them at the beginning of the year and see how they respond to this kind of stuff and evolve from there.
Thank you very much. We have again Phoebe.
Yes, my question is for the candidate board as a whole. How do you think you will work together as a possible board if elected next year, given your different personalities and working styles?
I guess we can just quickly go in like one sentence. I think we would work well. I know all of you. I kind of convinced two of you to join in some sense. So I think we will work fine. I think we will good. Yeah.
No, I'm totally for that as well. I think we have a really nice skill set among all of us. So I'm convinced it's gonna go well.
A similar answer from my side. I've known everyone that's in the candidate board right now. I've known them since last year, and yeah, I know them very well. And a lot of the ideas we have also kind of have overlap with each other, so I can see us working together on a lot of the ideas. So yeah, looking forward to it potentially.
Yeah, I second or third or fourth that. I really like the candidate board, and I think we would all work really well together. It feels like a group of friends. Seeing the applications, I also saw a lot of overlap in terms of focusing on the volunteer engagement as well. I think we have a lot of the same ideas, and it would be really nice to work together.
I also agree with what was said before. I mean, this whole year we've seen each other in multiple moments, and we've like always got along with each other, and always the vibes are really good. So like on a personal level, we would definitely match together, and also we all have experience in ESN and also doing boards and committees, so we know how to work with different people with different nationalities, different viewpoints. So I think it will be very easy to also integrate that into the national board.
Thank you very much. Then we have Anna.
Yes, this question is for Esme. So you mentioned in your presentation also your motivation, section care and various ideas you have about making changes, making things more effective. But I'm also curious to know what your take would be on training and workshops, which is part of the vice president's portfolio. Do you see that as kind of like a very separate thing from section care, or is there a way to integrate it, in your opinion?
I think in some way it is part of the section care, because I think if you can engage the volunteers, they're also way more likely to actually be interested in having those skill trainings. And I think, before being able to focus on that, it is important to first focus on having the sections engaged and having them know what is out there and how to utilize the things that we have. So they're also more motivated and or maybe also more aware of what they actually can do and how they can use it.
Thank you very much. Then we have Brandon.
I'll just continue. Brandon ESN Utrecht. Brandon ESN Utrecht, I think great minds think alike, because as I sent my question, Anna's came through, it was kind of similar. Esme on training as well. The ESN data last few years show a general shift from events being more about like self-development and growing and stuff to more parties. How do you feel about it, and how do you plan on using the national trainings and the workshops that we have to kind of to play into this trend?
So basically what you're saying is how to make the national training events more focused on training, or?
No, not necessarily. It's more like the trend has been that it's becoming more and more party oriented. And it's a more open-ended question. How do you feel about that, and what role do you see for the training events in that trend?
Yeah, I think there's definitely still a role of training events, and I think there's also still motivation of people in ESN to attend these training events. I just think there needs to be more visibility for it and more guidance in it at other national events that people are more likely to join. For example, at NP, I feel like there should be more time as well for things that could be on a training event to also be done at NPs. And then, there can be more specialized, more engaging workshops at these training events, and then more general things and things that a lot of people can benefit from already during the national platforms.
Thank you very much. Then we have Lea.
I have a question for Dani, or actually for the whole board. So right now in the candidate board proposal, you still have 2 open vacancies. I wanted to ask how you would deal with that, especially Dani, how you would deal with that until these positions are filled.
Well, hopefully there is the rest of the positions filled in by the end of this MP, and after that there will be an open call going out for the treasurer and the communication manager. Hopefully we will find people even before our mandate starts, so this is not a problem at all. But we also kind of answered it on the GA app. In case 1 or 2 position is still open, we will try to redistribute the tasks. For treasurer, with me and Max taking the role on it as a BFC community and me as president. Hopefully with the help of SNA as well, in case we need something. And regarding communication, thankfully we have the PR committee, and hopefully we can just lead them, and then most of the stuff will be covered. And both Ella and me already said that we are willing to pitch in to make visuals and stuff if needed.
Okay, and then is this a question for the entire board or the candidate? Okay. Okay, then we have Mara, but Mara, your question was covered. Okay, covered by Lea. Okay, then we have Jasper.
Can we not?
This question is to Esme. We have the new, of course, established. We have the new established GMCT, which is going to be coming into effect next mandate, which is going to heavily shape or redo the whole content for MPs. How do you see yourself collaborating with that new statutory body?
Yeah, so first of all, I'm very happy that we're going to have a main chairing team. Also because I have experience being on the chairing team, shout out ESN UK. And yeah, I think it's very important that the vice president collaborates with the chairing team, also on how different things are shaped. And of course, now it's still in the works, so we still need to discuss what sections would like to see change, for example, on the national platforms. And we can also take inspiration from other NOs to make it less college style like and more engaging, interactive, and yeah, I think we need to be as one team on that.
Thank you very much. Then we have Max.
Max here in Amsterdam. My question is for Esme. First off, you've got big shoes to fill, but it's going to be fine, I'm sure. My question was about section visits specifically. Just wanted to get like your view on it. What we found in ESN Amsterdam is while we did value them, the section visits, we kind of were missing a bit of, let's say like, I wouldn't call it feedback, but like we didn't really see much come out of it in that sense, you know, but like feedback that we were giving and all that kind of stuff. So I was just wondering what's your view on it? If you would like to change the like structures or anything.
Yes, I definitely do. At the beginning of this year, I was actually the membership team coordinator for a very short time, but I did get some insight into it. And I think with the help as well of the membership team, I really want to map where the struggles of certain sections lie already before we do sections visits, for example, and then we can really efficiently already see, okay, what they were struggling with, how is it going now at the section visit, and we can already see what the dynamics of the board are, for example, and then really target specific areas and also give feedback on that in person.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then we have Elisa.
Hello, Elisa, ESN Leiden again. So my question is to Tom and Taha. First of all, so proud of you for being there. Very, very happy to see your candidacy. And my question is around the fact that you are applying for the same position, but you have quite different backgrounds because Taha, you come from like president and event manager, and Tom, you come from more like, I mean, event managing, but like on a local board level and the international office. So how do you feel like your experience kind of shapes your approach and your priorities and your goals to the position, like to your candidacy?
Yes, thank you for your question. So my current experiences include, like you said, president last year, event manager this year, but also experience in international committees like NEC, the Network Committee of ESN International. Firstly, my role as event manager prepares me for the national events portfolio of the network manager. I have very strong knowledge of how the national events of ESNNL are organized and the events policy paper because I've worked on them personally. So my approach to this portfolio would come from a place of experience and knowledge, having worked on this already. My role as president also gives me leadership experience, which can help me in the role as delegation leader. And being in NEC, the Network Committee of ESN International, I got to see how the international level of ESN operates behind the scenes, a lot of the international initiatives and the teams that they have, so I can better present this to the network.
Also, thank you for the question. My experience as it comes from engagement. Like as activity coordinator, my biggest goal was to connect to people, and that went itself further in international office. Because I'm not in the committees itself, but I have the connections. I know everyone on basically every level, from local to IB, and on a level that I can talk to them and ask anything what I need and what to discuss everything. So the knowledge is on a very low effort level attainable, and my plan is also to continue that. Also, with the experience I've gained from being vice delegation leader with the last EGM. Where are my weaknesses, where are my strengths, and how to attain and how to make a team around that. Also leading activity committee in Zwolle together with Max. The leadership skills from there, how to delegate, how to split what you need to do, what tasks to divide, where to step in, where to step up. And what is needed to lead a healthy team.
Comment that there was a question also to Tom regarding his role in the international office, that how this shaped him. his vision toward the network manager, and it was asked on the GIAP, so you can also check the answer there to complement the question. Then we have Brandon.
Brandon ESN Utrecht. Max, you said you wanted to make the role less individual, I think you said, which I guess means less detached from the rest of MB. How do you concretely plan to do so?
So we mainly focus on making the role on a local level feel less individual, because every section works different with their partnerships. Bigger ones, bigger sections chase other types of partnerships than smaller sections. So so that I can understand. I mean, I understand that sometimes feels like your problems are only your problems and no one else knows what to do about it. But that's what I want to change. Hence the shared knowledge and the sharing of challenges, because I feel like challenges, for example, ESN Rotterdam face could have also been faced in the past by ESN Zwolle, and they may have found a really good solution to that, and they can help ESN Rotterdam.
Perfect. We have Jasper.
A quick question to all the NM candidates, Tom, Tala, and Maria. The ESN Wiki is something that that's being used. Yeah, cool. That's being used and also managed by the network manager. We can see throughout the network that the use of it is also increasing with, for example, the country reports and for the GA reports. Do you have a specific vision, idea for how you would like to use the wiki and what you would like to use it for?
First, getting actively engaged on how do you say it, mastery of the wiki. For me, that would also take into account getting in close contact with the current new VP of TIF, TVG, and see where, of course, in the handover time, what's needed, where can I make links, where can I make fast connections, make mental highways to process on, and how to relay those to the local level. Where's needed, what is how do you say it? Shortcut board, basically. And from there on, pump the efficiency up and make it more smooth.
Yes, so fun fact, I'm actually a member of the ESN Wiki team of NEC. So I've got to see everything, like how ESN Wiki works, how the team operates, because in the ESN Wiki team, we work on updating the content and also, for example, the search tool, how to navigate that. As for how I would use ESN Wiki and ESN NL, firstly, I would like to design the NO page of ESN NL to kind of make it like an ESN NL wiki. Jasper's already added some changes to the NO page, and I would continue doing that. Yeah, just explaining ESN NL's history on the NO page, making it a more interactive way to learn about ESN NL for new local sections. And I also just want to raise more awareness of ESN Wiki to local sections, tell them about all the different tools that are available, because ESN Wiki has literally everything. I would also like to invite the ESN Wiki team potentially to give workshops during our NPs to explain to everyone how to use it.
Thank you.
So from a person who has been interacting with ESN Wiki for a month maybe, I'd like to say that it honestly helped me a lot to understand ESN structurally. And I understand how it works, also the dictionary, well, that's not part of it. But the thing is, one thing that I noticed of ESN is that every local board or every local section is really good at something, whether it's PR, whether it's bureaucracy, whether it's promotional, all of you are good at something specifically, right? So one thing that I actually wanted to propose in my development strategy, which I did not have time to explain, is that I would like to see what certain sections are really good at so you can interact with each other. And maybe that's something that could be on ESN Wiki, because obviously structurally there's a lot of templates, there's a lot of insights that you can gain due to to learn about the structure. However, when it comes to interacting with different sections, it's hard. Sorry, okay, I need to move on.
Okay, Thank you very much. Then we have Max, but Max, can you please also write the question? Because I don't see any content in it.
Sure.
Thank you.
My question is to Tom. We previously spoke about the changes you wanted to make within the IO.
Yeah.
Like possibly adding a member, or like I'm wondering what's your vision like for it.
My vision regarding the IO is that it is strictly still like we're a new body in ESN support structure. So I think we have a lot of improvements to do. Also, we have quite a moved year of the last year with changing of positions and changing of build up. My vision for it is to solidify it, make it. The voices are back. Make it a solid body, like really structured. Depending on what the outcome is of the candidacy, I will go as international coordinator for the international office, deck it out as a full team instead of a duo working on it. Work close with the network manager to set certain goals, to set deadlines, to set lines. Also to involve ourselves more at an international level, because international affairs and GA, which is quite international affair, should work together. So solidifying.
Thanks.
Thank you. And then I'll leave the question not marked as complete so that you write it down. And then we move on to Jasper.
Cool, thank you. This question is for Max. You already answered it to an extent on the GF, but I would like you to expand on what you think the future of NACOM should be, especially in light of the new budget that's going to be proposed.
Yeah, a good question. Obviously, a really important part of the yes, Giel, really important part of the partnership management portfolio, NACOM. I feel like NACOM has a really good opportunity to give students who maybe come from sections. I mean, what I said in the GAP as well, to organize events. Some local sections may not have the resources to do. Obviously, being a busy year and also a shrinking NACOM comes with challenges. But in that regard, I would say it would be rather better to focus on quality over quantity. See if we can do maybe one really good event, let's say a Christmas gala, instead of trying to do multiple smaller ones, which is not really work out.
Just wanted to ask Max, did you delete your question? Okay, can you add? Yeah, can you please? Yes, thank you. Okay, then we have Jasper again.
This is more of a question to everybody. Please answer very short and concisely. We implemented quite a lot of changes to the support structures and the committees that we have on the national level when we started our mandate. Do you have a similar want and/or ideas to change the support structures in the way that we have as well, the more drastic way? So basically per person, just yes, no, and then shortly elaborate, please, if you can.
Well, honestly, apart from the edu team, for me, it's kind of hard to say because I did not see what the other board support structures are involved in. So if there is any need for change, but I think the direction is definitely good. Maybe content or engagement-wise, something can be changed.
Yeah, for me, kind of the same. I wouldn't necessarily say that there's any changes needed to the NACOM.
That's an answer.
No big changes, but solidifying of IO and network care team.
Yeah, I wouldn't open any new positions, so like not change it in that way, but I would aim to define the portfolios a bit more, delegate more tasks to them. So for example, for the event manager, I feel there's still some more room for delegation and defining the portfolio a bit. So I would aim to do that. But yeah, that's what I would do.
I like the changes that you made this year about giving a lot of the board support their personal emails and stuff like that, individualizing it a little bit. And beyond that, I don't have any opinions currently, but I think next year if I become national board, I will probably have more to say on this.
I would say generally no. If I look between last year and this year, the sports structures are way more visible and way more being used. So I would just say continue to support the support structures and just upgrade them as they are being followed now, basically.
No idea. Short and concise.
Thank you very much. Then we have Brandon.
Brandon is in Utrecht. I think it's a question to everyone. I think Ella mentioned that she wanted to continue a project that Tessa was doing, which is like continuing the great projects that we have is always a kind of a given. But are there also projects, developments, changes that we've seen this year that you kind of want to reverse or want to change again because you're not too keen on them, let's say?
I wasn't in ESN last year, so I don't know what changes have been made this year specifically. Yeah.
Like during MPs, you might have heard that we've changed certain things or voted things in that you're kind of maybe not a fan of. Doesn't have to be. If it's not, it's also fine. Like, it should be good if it's not, but.
No, I really don't have any thoughts on this.
Yeah, it's a question for everyone. If anyone has a comment.
Yeah, so now we're gonna start from the other side to this one. Repeat the question, and yes, there is a clarification. The question is for everyone.
All right.
Yes, so he can repeat the question, and we'll start answering from the other side.
Okay.
Yeah, so to repeat the question, there's every year there's a lot of changes and a lot of developments within an NO. And the main question very concretely is, very concisely, is of the developments we've seen this year, are there things you would like to change again or maybe revert back to what it was before?
Changes this year, I don't know. But I will say that I know that you guys have a pairing system where 2 sections are paired every semester. I would change that into regional, not pairing, but regional pairings, sure. Because I think that's way more productive. I think people would engage in events more. And aside from Groningen, that's kind of isolated, I think you guys are kind of close, and that would be a better idea than pairings that people don't really, interact with.
Overall, regarding the projects, I would say not necessarily. I think it's more important to focus on the quality than the quantity of necessarily changing what project we're doing or expanding. I think it's better to focus on the ones that are currently ongoing and how to better get that to the sections.
Yes, so in general, for changes that have been made, not specific to projects, but just general changes, I did mention in my document as well. So for example, this year we had section presentations during NPs, which we didn't have last year, which I really liked. And like I mentioned earlier, I would like to make it more interactive by changing it into a section market, especially at NP1 specifically, which is the first NP of the year. And for the training events that we have, currently they're 1 day long, but taking inspiration from other NOs, I would like to introduce National Training Days, which is a weekend-long training event instead of just 1 day. I went to the national training event of ESN Romania, which was a weekend long, and it was very good, very impactful, like 90 participants, a lot of international guests. I have a vision like that. Me and Esme can work on that for sure if we get elected. But yes, I would go along those routes.
Yeah, big change for me as well. Like regarding training, involve educate more and get that more solidified and make it more known and used. I'd say, but aside from that, for now, not any big changes. That
main change for me would be what I mentioned in my presentation as well, is the making the community meetings we have more interactive and collecting topics beforehand.
If I understood your question correctly, anything can be a project, but if like very much project focus wide, depending on how many participants NEG gets next year, we might need to limit the participant number because this year we already doubled it compared to last year, and it is unsustainable for sections to organize it after some point. And other than that, when it comes to the ESN NL awards, I don't like the voting system. Like, for example, to give an example, ESN Groningen was in basically every category. So this year they were incentivized to not vote because they are diminishing their own chances by voting. And technically it is allowed to not vote.
Very much. Then we have Jasper.
It's me? Oh, cool. So this one's to Max. Spain has the visa trip. Germany has pre-bake. Sweden has seatbelt. These are huge events, national activities that are happening throughout the network that also generate a lot of revenue for these NOs. Now, we have King's Day, which is outsourced to Yes Trips. That's basically our big thing. Now, given the current financial situation of ESN The Netherlands, these kind of things, are you willing or would you like to look into something similar as a international national activity to also diversify some of the income that we have for ESNL?
Yeah, that would also be really, really, really cool if we can put ESNL on the map or something like that. I mean, I think we already have a great opportunity with this, with our Wallaby partnership. I mean, okay, yeah. But obviously, we can try and in the upcoming year build a foundation to work towards something, some national event like that, and maybe set up future MBs to build upon this and actually make it happen one day.
Thank you. Anyone else that's signing themselves up to the speakers list? I think not. Okay, so then in that case, I propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? Okay, so the speakers list is closed, but before we close the session, we can give each of the speakers between 30 seconds and 1 minute for final words. Make it count, exactly. This is your elevator pitch. Can we get a microphone? Okay.
Wow, elevator pitch. Okay, I'm always bad at those. Yeah, I mean, there is not much to add to what we already talked about or I presented. It was very short, unfortunately, but I do suggest, if you haven't already, to just read my motivation letter and my little essays about my pillars. Even if it's long, just like flick through it. And if you have any questions, just come up to me and we can talk about it. Thanks.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much the same. Thank you guys for having me here. Thank you, Utrecht, for the support I got throughout the last couple of months, and obviously Zwolle, where it all started. Same, read my motivation letter, watch my video pitch, which my mom recorded in our living room. I had to do it over 20 times. And otherwise, if you have any questions, feel free to come to me.
Yeah, on the note of thanks. Thanks to ESN Zwolle for giving me the opportunity to start there. Thanks for the thirsty ESNers who are watching on the stream for support. And read my motivation letter. If you have any questions later on, I'm always open for chats, you know that. And see you around for sure.
Yes, for me, I would just like to say thank you again for all the opportunities I've had in the past 2 years. I've grown to be extremely passionate about ESNL. And I'm really happy that I even get this opportunity, and I'm hoping for the best. I hope I can be your next network manager. And as your new network manager, to sum up my candidacy, my main goal would be to make the international level more visible to you, and not only raise awareness about it, but prepare you and make you see the benefit in engaging with the international level. And of course, organizing impactful national events, making sure our national events are as impactful as possible. And like the other candidates, I would also encourage you to go over my documents, like my map of ideas, and ask me as many questions as you can. I love being asked questions, also asking questions. So yes, thank you. Thank you once again.
Yeah, if you told me 1 year ago that I'd be sitting here in front of you presenting my candidacy, I would be very shocked. Thank you for this opportunity. During the NP, if anyone wants to talk about the current projects, how they interacted with projects, or what they hope to see next year, I would
I'm all ears. So please come to me and please talk to me. I would really love to talk more about projects. Yeah.
I just want to say that in these 2 years, I've held 2 different positions on my local boards, and I just know that being vice president is something that is extremely fit to my personality. I'm an extremely organized person, and I really think I can contribute a lot to the role. That being said, I also think I can just contribute so much to the network as a whole. And you might not know me as well. I encourage you to speak to my board members or give my board members from last year a text or even talk to the national board. I think by being on the candidate board, they're also showing their way of supporting me. So if you don't believe me, believe the people that know me.
I want to say thank you so much for all the messages I've received. They helped me a lot. And I want to say thank you so much for this opportunity. I really want to get to know you all better. However, I'm unfortunately unable to stay here tomorrow, but I hope to get to know you today. And I hope to see you next year or during the summer as an active member.
Thank you to our lovely candidates. Thank you to everyone for the questions. Now you can take your seats back. Thanks.
All
right.
Whenever you plug, that's when 2 minutes over, or I have 10 more seconds. Well, you have first hammer is done.
Okay. May I have some silence, please? We're just one candidacy away from the coffee break. So, that being said, I will give the word to John Lee to present his candidacy.
Mute, no.
Test. Perfect. Hello, everyone. I'm also going to speed run this because I'm a gamer. Many of you already know me, so I'm going to give you some pictures to see to show you that I do more. It also on the left side is Sim, my very first photo, Sim Tilburg, was 2019, good times. Blah, blah, blah. There's a whole nice story from up to down, and then we end up on the, I don't know. Time, that's why. Anyways, that's 30 seconds that I wasted of your life. Besides ESN, I also have hobbies, as you can see here. I like to go shooting. And I also do other stuff like making maps. That's an award that we won for the Amsterdam map. The Amsterdam map you had at NP2. So that's the one I created. This is my education history. Check out my CV on the GA app. This is my journey in ESN. I think this is the most relevant one, so I'm going to focus a little bit here. Why it makes me a good candidate for the COA is I've been in COA for 2 years now, but because of NP2, we made some changes, so I have to reapply. So now I'm here once again. So my journey started in 2018, 2019, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to read everything, but most importantly is I've been in COA for 2 years. I've been in an advisory board, which is the local COA of ESN Amsterdam for 5 years now. Done 2-3 year strategy plans. What is more relevant? That's the most relevant part. Oh wait, SNA is also a part of it, which is 3 years of it. 30 seconds. Some of my ideas you may have already seen in my motivation letter. If not, please read. Let me elaborate shortly only. So basically, COA was pretty non-existent 3 years ago until we came. And now we are still trying to see how things are going and what we can improve. So basically what I want to do is consistency within the NB. So hey, monthly costs, which we already have, but the turn up is not that high. So I'm going to do some expectation sharing at the beginning of the year so we know what's going on. perhaps some HR with the national board as well, because there has been some going on and not that great, but we're going to improve that. We are now also the CCP contact person, the confidential contact person. I like to elaborate on that during my mandate and do it better. And that's it. Maybe also start more active with local sections because COA, we are. That's it. Wow. Any questions?
I'm unmuted. Okay. So now the speakers list is open. And you can go ahead and ask your questions. Okay. So we have the first question from Elisa.
Hello, Elisa ESN Leiden. Congrats on your candidacy for like the third, fourth time, I don't know. But yes, so you say in the GA app that you don't mind being the only one in COA and that it's quality over quantity. But I am still a bit concerned about the fact that you're the only one because, first of all, like what do you think is going wrong? Like why are people not applying? What do you think you can do to make, or not you, but also the MB, what can be done to make more people applying? Because like for how much we love having you in the network, you cannot do this forever. And there needs to be someone to take your place. And it's also a problem of continuity because you cannot be a one-man show and like, you know, there needs to be some succession, especially now that there's also CCP, then it kind of automatically has to go to you and it's just a lot of one person.
Yes, thank you for the question. I already answered in the J app, but I'm gonna basically summarize it. So workload-wise, it's gonna be totally fine with me, knowing myself and also knowing the workload that I have to do with the NB. So I think that's gonna be okay. About the motivation, also answered in the GA app. Basically, if really needed, like now, because only one person in COA is not a COA, so we will have to find another one. I could either reach out to the current NB, or alumni or anyone from the local sections that are here for a longer time. Because in the end, we are looking not only for someone that has been in ESN for 1 year, last year or this year, and then become COA, but someone that has more experience on a national, international level, and national and a local level, basically. So a little bit talking if I need to recruit.
All right. Thank you very much. Then we have Toha. Okay.
Yes, Talha, event manager. My question was, have you considered maybe some ways in which COA could engage more with local sections? Maybe for advice on, just to throw some ideas, like advice on formulating code of conducts for local sections, or just any method you might have thought of in which COA could interact more with the sections.
Yes, thank you. Good question. So what I've been doing is I don't have any complaints or any email, unless actually maybe one or two, confidential, but I'm hearing mostly about local section problems through our monthly meetings with the national board. And then they talk briefly about it, not in details, because we don't need to know, we don't have to know it until they actually reach out to us. So something that I would be able to change or would like to change in the COA is to also reach out to the local sections, but not reaching out about, hey, talk to me, but hey, know that you can always talk to us as well. If you don't want to talk with the national board because you're more in contact with them, someone farther away, someone older, you can contact the COA as well, because we're just farther away from you all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. We have Wouter. Sorry if I'm butchering it. Wouter.
Hello, Wouter from ESN Nijmegen. My question is regarding the fact that in the standing orders, in the part of the COA, it clearly states that the COA consists of at least 2 members. So my question is regarding this, how do you see moving forward? If nobody else applies, will there be no COA then? Because officially it has to have 2.
Yeah, that's a good question. Also, together with the SNA, we talked about this as well briefly. But basically, one person in COA is no COA, because according to the SOS, you do need to have 2 people from 2 different sections. That's not the case right now. So what we're going to probably do, we just have to discuss, is probably open call and also do the extraordinary NP that's coming up, also with the opening the treasurer and the other position. So that's probably it.
Thank you. Now we have Phoebe, please.
Yes. I have a question because now that Andrea has left, how would you manage the fact that you are alone in the COA and you have no previous experience on the national board when it will come to advise the next president?
Sorry, could you repeat the second part?
Yes. So you have no previous experience on the national board. So are you going to manage this when you're going to advise the next president?
Yes, now that Andrea, maybe
Now that Andrea has left. 'Cause
Yeah, so Andrea is still here until the end of her mandate, so after the next board. But I think, I don't understand the second question, I think, but
It's one question.
Oh.
So it's basically now the situation is Andrea is left. So Andrea was a previous national board member. So how are you going to manage the fact that you have no previous experience on the national board? When are you going to have the monthly calls with the president and advise the president?
Yeah, I'm going to continue that with the meetings with the national board. We're going to keep doing that. We also share the expectations at the beginning of the year. So hopefully not only one person joins our monthly calls, but multiple of you. So I'm also more aware of what's going on within the network and everyone's workload. And before then, to be honest, I think it should be fine with finding someone else before the next mandate starts. Does that answer the question, if I understood correctly? Okay, thank you.
Okay. No laptops hurt, perfect. Or lamps in that case. Is there anyone that's writing themselves to the speakers list? Are you? No? Okay. Then I propose to close the speakers list. Is there an objection? The speakers list is closed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. All right. So now the next thing on the agenda is the coffee break. But wait, not so fast. But since we are fabulously on time, so fabulously that we're even ahead of time, we'll give you 10 more minutes for the coffee break. And from 20 minutes, it's going to be 30 minutes so that you also enjoy the weather outside.
So when will we be back?
So,
Hang on.
let's just make some calculations regarding when you should be back. You can be back at 3:35. 3:35. How was the coffee break? Did you enjoy the sun? Okay, cool. Let me just connect to my non-existent Wi-Fi. Okay. So now we proceed with the candidacies for the, what was it? Support, Supervisory and Audit Commission. So SNA. SNA. Okay, so just give me a second to invite the first person. So I would like to invite Tessa to present her candidacy.
And I can just place here. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Tessa, and this is my candidacy presentation for main auditor of SNA. For those of you who don't know me, 23 years old, born and raised Dutch from a small town called Meidrecht in the northwest of the province of Utrecht. I'm currently finishing my master's in culture, organization, and management at VU Amsterdam, and my hobbies include field hockey, reading, and more. My ESN journey started after I returned from my exchange semester at Northeastern University in Boston, where I joined the 2024 spring semester introduction at ESN VU Amsterdam. I became a committee member shortly after, and I joined the local board as president and local representative. During that mandate as president, I applied for the National Board of ESN The Netherlands, and I've been holding the position of project manager since then. So why main auditor? I want to contribute my knowledge and experience to the network, and I have a passion for organization and leadership, but also a strong need for structure and overview. So my vision is categorized in 3 pillars. So first, I have empowerment. I want to help local sections understand their rights and give them the tools and knowledge to do so. I want to offer transparency by increasing the visibility and providing regular updates, and also presenting reports. And also, lastly, support. I want to showcase SNA as a reliable, helpful resource and offer guidance and support, not just to the national board, but also to the local sections, for instance, by offering one-on-one calls between sections and SNA. So why me? I have a familiarity with legal documents of ESNNL, and I have experiences in leadership and management, mediation and oversight and action planning. And I wanted to add a quote here, as Rachel Berry said in the finale of Glee: being part of something special doesn't make you special, something is special because you are a part of it. And that's how I view ESN. All of us together, we make ESN special. And with that perspective in mind and spirit, I would be honored and excited to keep on contributing my energy, creativity, and commitment to ESN The Netherlands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we proceed with Anastasia.
Perfect. Hi guys, so I'm Anastasia, if you don't know me. I'm 20, from Moldova. I'm doing a bachelor's in PPLE and majoring in economics, and I'm currently the introductions coordinator of ESN Amsterdam. And my hobbies include anything and everything about art. Why my motivation to apply for SNA is because I want to stay involved in ESN after my board year. I also have a very solid background in econ, and I'm extremely detailed oriented, and I'm a good team worker. You can ask my team afterwards. So my goals for financial auditor. The main thing that I want to do is inspired by the financial report, internal audit report of ESN International. And for that, I want to do a yearly report that tracks the implementations of recommendations. This creates a tool for accountability of the national board, and it also preserves memory and helps the new board's transition. Also, a new idea, I would like to audit the national platforms and create a framework for auditing national platforms. I had a question about the autonomy of OCs. I don't want to touch that at all. I just want to help the future OCs through recommendations to maybe create a better system, help them with the financial plan, and know what we're doing, have clear expectations about how to use the budget, how to use the money, and also give the network more transparency about what we're paying for and where their money is going to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then I'm giving the word to Wouter.
You have 2 minutes. Yeah. Here you can continue. The mic is over.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Wouter Smulders. A bit about myself. I'm 22 years old. I'm Dutch. I'm almost done with my degree in international economics and business at the Radboud. I did my international exchange in Prague at VŠE. That's also why I joined ESN. It's also the location of this year's GA, so that was also fun to see. Some interests. I love playing guitar in my band and some other things. We'll just go through it quickly. Background, I'm this year's treasurer of ESN Nijmegen, and besides that I also have experience working on a team of a financial company, so I have some practical knowledge about it. Why I want to join the SNA this year, next year, is to have the opportunity to contribute to ESN The Netherlands and make sure that they are financially stable. So yeah, I want to contribute and help ESN NL in that. So some of the plans that I have is to increase visibility of the work that SNA is doing, because currently it's quite hard as like a local section to get some information about what SNA is doing and the reports that they are making. So I want to make the barrier of information regarding that a lot easier. Also something that I want to focus on is stress testing ESN NL and mainly the finances, to make sure that, for example, if something like COVID is happening, that we are still financially stable, and that if those kinds of shocks happen, that we're not completely screwed. And I also want to start clear documentation on the auditing process to also make it easier for next financial auditors to work and also to learn from mistakes that we made. So that's me. Thank you all.
Amazing. Then I would like to invite Joanna or Jo for her candidacy for procedural auditor.
You have 2 minutes. Microphone's here, and you can continue there.
Yeah, of course. Hello. I think you guys already saw me a lot today. You'll still see me a lot. So I'm Jo. I'm the current secretary of ESN Groningen. I'm Romanian, 23 years old, and I have a bachelor in international and European law at the University of Groningen. I don't have a nice presentation. Sorry, OCing was a lot this week. Anyway, so why am I applying for this position? So my board year is coming to an end, and I'm also planning to move to Utrecht. So I'm not going to be as connected to ESN Groningen as I would want to, which is sad because I love my section. However, I did meet a lot of nice people this year in ESNNL, and I realized that that's a community I would like to stay connected with next year as well. So this is the primary reason. However, I would still like to give some of my experience from local level to the national level and to the other sections. Also because of the CV, like, let's be honest, I'm an overachieving law student. So of course I want to do something that will be good for my CV, as we all do here. I have legal knowledge that is good for this position, but I'm also a person who has a lot of attention to detail, which I think is a good skill for SNA. And I love to say, actually, that's not really true, or actually, you can't do that. So I think, perfect for this. What are my plans? See them? Can you? Oh yeah, you can. To contribute to establishing like the new structure of SNA, because I know it's changing a little bit from how it was before. So I'm happy to help with that. Help local sections better understand ESN regulations and procedures, because I know lots of us are really confused when we go to NPs. We don't really understand what's going on and how to do it. I feel like I would like to bring more clarity and, help people understand, because it's a lot.
support and check on the new NB. I feel like I would love to help, but at the same time be the person who is checking if people are doing things correctly. And then mediation, I've been a confidential contact person here in Groningen, and I did a pretty good job at it. And I think mediation is a strong skill that I have. I'm happy to help people whenever there's any something that they don't understand or there is a conflict, to help in that. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, thank you.
Then we have the last candidate, which is Mikkel.
You have 2 minutes, and we will be here. Microphone, and you can continue that. Wonderful. Okay, yes, let's go. Hello, I'm Michel Vermeer, and I will, as my candidacy for the procedural auditor of SNA. So, Michel, who is that? Well, oh, yes. So, I'm Michel, I'm 21 years old. I'm almost done with my bachelor's in mechanical engineering. Currently, I'm also the secretary of ESN Zwolle. Born and raised in the Netherlands. I like adventure, but I'm also a very huge nerd in a lot of things. Please ask afterwards. So, what makes me suitable for SNA? Well, because of my engineering background, I really have an eye for detail. I like to see where the gaps are, inconsistencies, and where information is missing, what's crucial for a third party. Secondly, I'm very communicative. I like to give updates when I'm working together. I like to receive them and keep people up to date. In this way, if we're working together, we can have the best possible teamwork, but also solution. Very punctual. I like to be on time. I like to deliver on time, of course. And I'm very structured, which means everything that I do is there's a plan, there's a why, and a third party can read my plan, see what I did, and know why I did it. So if I'm SMA, what would I do? Well, I would first continue the great work SNA does. As far as I see it, they're doing great, no complaints at all. So why not continue the work they're already doing? Secondly, I do like to improve the transparency and accessibility of SNA. Its audits, I find it very hard to find those. So they're like kind of unclear for a local section what they're doing. And I think that's in communication style, that it should be available for everyone. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now I would like to invite all the candidates in front with your chairs. And can we also give a round of applause for our fabulous NB? The NB has been our extension to the OC and the CT with the moving of the chairs and the microphones. So thank you very much.
You guys can pass this along, and then again.
All right, so we have the SNA candidacy speakers list open, and I would like to give the word to Taha. And just a reminder, before asking a question, make sure that it hasn't already been answered on the GA app.
Taha, event manager. My question is for Wouter. I wanted you to elaborate a bit more on your idea of doing a financial stress test and just explain it in a bit more detail for people who don't have much financial knowledge and might not understand what it is.
Okay, so the idea behind financial stress tests is to see what you're doing now. So take the current budget and then overlap some of the effects that certain shocks can have. So for example, COVID had a shock that you can't do any activities and that resulted in losing income regarding from the events. So what I'm planning on doing there is look at like previous shocks that have happened and then seeing, okay, what would the result be in the future if this kind of event would happen again, but also look at some other things. For example, losing a certain partner might result in a big loss of income, and what does that result in our income and expenses and the budget overall?
Thank you. Then we have Elisa.
Hello, I'm Elisa ESN Leiden. So my question is about the continuity of the role since all the members that are currently in SNA will not be continuing. How do you guys feel about kind of like the passage of knowledge? Have you like talked to your predecessors? Do you have a kind of a plan? What's your plan for kind of like keeping the knowledge that's been accumulated in these years without having your predecessors with you through their mandate?
Okay, before we give the word to the candidates to answer, two things. Try to use generalizing, but that's non-gender based, like people, ESNers, etc. We said this in the beginning. And second of all, when you're asking a question, say if it's towards one person or towards everyone.
Yes, to everyone. How do you peeps feel about this?
Slide.
You can start, yes, you can start from here.
So my idea regarding this is it's regular procedure when someone new is added to SNA to have a meeting with also the old people and the new people. So regarding that, I think in this kind of transition meeting, we can convey a lot of the old knowledge to the new people, and I don't expect this to be a huge problem.
Yeah, I also want to add to that. I think the current SNA has definitely has knowledge that should not be lost, and that we can learn a lot from them in the time that we will get transitioned.
Yeah, I think the current SNA will do a great job transitioning us, but also with the changes made, there's a lot of place for changes and for new things to be added. So I plan to be talking to the national board and seeing what their expectations are and what we can do to help them better do their job.
Yeah, I mean, I talked with the three of them. I think they will transition us. It's pretty simple, and I think all of us will be able to get that knowledge from them, and they will be able to transition that knowledge to other people.
I have full confidence in a successful transformation. That we have a successful transformation of knowledge, and if any loss of knowledge is there, then I hope we can reach out to the former SNA. Oh, they're shaking no.
All right, thank you very much. Give me just a second. Then we have Ella.
Ella ESN Twente. My question is for Anastasia and Wouter. You chose to apply for financial auditors rather than the treasurer. Seeing as now the treasurer role is currently vacant, what made you feel that this position suited you better?
For me personally, I don't have the time or ability to be the treasurer as I wouldn't be able to travel as much. Also, I wanted to take a supporting role and not one that's very visible. And I do want to focus a bit more on my studies than I did in during my local board year.
Well, I'm almost done with my degree, and I expect to be starting my professional career from July on. So I don't expect to have the flexibility that it takes to do a national board year, especially because I don't have the time to just go, for example, to GAs or those kinds of things. I don't expect to have that possibility within my hours. So that is why I didn't apply for the treasurer position.
All right. Thank you very much. Then we have Daniel.
So for the procedural auditor candidates, so would you like to help and encourage local sections to get their legal documents in order, like from someone who is currently rewriting or creating all of ESN Dev's legal documents because no one touched them in 11 years? I assume this might be the case for some other sections as well. Would you like to have them out? Do you feel like this is SNA's scope?
Would you mind repeating the first sentence? I didn't hear the first part.
Sorry. Would you like to help and encourage local sections to get their legal documents in order?
I think so. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's maybe a bit more than what the current SNA does, as far as, you read the you read their description and everything. I think that's something that it can be discussed with the national board, the new national board, and the rest of SNA to see if everyone's on the same page and if people have the time to do it. But I think at the end of the day, you're not just there to check on the board, but you can also help local sections. I think that's something that is currently missing, and it could help. And maybe not always being there for them, but connecting them to other sections, helping each section can help themselves, help each other. Like that's also something, and you just coordinate. I would see that, yeah.
I would certainly be open for it, but I think it would not be a priority and not all at one, because that would be a huge burden on just one person. So yes, we'll be open for it, not as priority, but as a side task when you have time left.
All right, thank you. Yes, there is a comment. Yes.
So regarding this, I think SNA can also maybe take a more like training role. So I think in the current scope and in the current time management, I don't know if it's very possible for us to be very hands-on helping local sections change statutes and those kinds of things. But I think we can also maybe collaborate during MPs or CLRs or other kinds of national activities and do a more like training-based thing and help in that way.
All right, thank you. I propose to close the speakers list. Is there an objection? Okay, I see no hands raised, so the speakers list is closed, and we proceed with Talha.
Talha, event manager. Considering that if you're elected
Sorry,
for
which person is this?
Yes, this is for everyone.
Okay.
Yeah, considering if you're all elected for your respective positions, you will be working together as a team in SNA. So I wanted to ask, have you already had the chance to look at each other's applications? Maybe you see some ideas that you can see yourself collaborating and some overlap between your ideas and your applications.
Do we start from me now, or do you want?
From the other side. From the other side, yes.
Maybe I'm supposed to close the window.
Yes. Thank you.
I have indeed looked at the other applications, and as far as I see, I see some overlap. I see some great ideas, and I'm full confident that the teamwork would be there, and that we would become a great team.
Yeah, I also said that before. I like that people did mention local sections, so it's not just like a NB check thing, but local sections are also a focus of our applications. So I think that's definitely something nice that we all thought about it. So yeah, that's it.
I feel like the main theme that all of our applications had was transparency, and the fact that we want to create an SNA that's more open to and approachable to the local sections, but it's not as confusing as it was before. So yeah, I think in that we're all going to be working very well.
Yeah, I agree with what the three people next to me said. I saw a lot of common themes, like Anastasia said, transparency, visibility, and I think we would be able to work great together.
Yeah, I also agree with most of the others, and I also saw a lot of similarities in that we all want the work that SNA does to be more visible to local sections, as we all think. I believe that creates a better experience for everyone.
Thank you very much. Then we have Sabine.
Yes, I am here because I have a few long questions, so you're going to be talking a while. My first question is for the two candidates for financial auditors. Very brief, you both have a background in economics, but I'm wondering what your experience and interest is in accounting.
Okay. So regarding my experience in accounting, I have some experience with accounting and bookkeeping from my position as treasurer. In my previous working experience as a financial administrative associate, I also have some experience in accounting. The direction that I took within my degree is also somewhat more towards controlling, which is not 100% accounting, but similar to accounting. So regarding this, I have quite some experience regarding academic and professional careers.
I don't have as much experience in accounting, but I have taken accounting classes, of course, and I deal with the budgets for intro, so that has really helped. And also, I'm a very fast learner.
All right, thank you very much. Then we have again Sabine.
Yep, and now I'm going to switch over to the procedural auditors. I have two questions for you, and if that's okay, Nelly, I would like the first question to be answered in one order, and then you flip the order for the next one. So for the first question, Michiel, you can start. I have two scenarios. So the first scenario I'm going to describe, say you are in a situation during an MP where the MB and the CT, behind the scenes there at their cute little table, they make a decision on the spot that does not align with the statutes and standing orders of ESN Netherlands. How would you react?
I would first go talk with them in private, saying that it's not against the statutes, and suggest that they follow the statutes accordingly, and see, first of all, what is wrong, why cannot it be there, and how would you interpret the statutes that it can be, what is allowed, and what solution can you do it?
Yeah, I think it's pretty much the same answer. The only thing that I would add, I would maybe look at the decision that they're making and see how big of a deal it is. If it's something that's quite serious, I wouldn't necessarily approach it with everyone in the room. If it's like a small thing that can be approached, maybe I would do it as soon as I can. But if it's something that maybe requires a bit of, I don't know, let's say diplomacy and a different context to be approached, I would do it in a space and time that is in accordance with the situation and the severity of the situation.
Okay, then you can proceed, Sabine.
All right, and now Joe, you can start the answer. And I have another scenario for you. And as SNA, you have access to our meetings and minutes. While you are reading them, you notice that the MB is planning something that would require the approval, the explicit approval of the local sections. The MB decides to proceed first, then ask for approval. Would you flag this to the local level, to the NB only, or not flag at all if the end result is still procedurally sound?
But they're making a decision that they, like planning something that is supposed to be agreed on by the local sections, right?
Yes, let's say that we are engaging in a partnership with a partner without first asking for a vote. We sign the contract and then we ask for the vote, in example.
I would first approach the NB. I would first check, and maybe, that's the role of SNA. Sometimes people in the NB miss out on like certain details and they forget that they have to do something. So I would first check with them to see if it was a mistake or if it was intentional. If it was a mistake, it's a good reminder, and maybe you can prevent something that wasn't supposed to happen. If it was intentional, then it's a bit of a different story, because then you have to say that that's wrong, they shouldn't do that. I wouldn't first flag it to the local sections. I would just approach the NB first to directly solve the issue.
I would point it out to the MB, saying this is not possible, you cannot do this, and I hope they will listen. In case there will be no correct response of the MB, I will also have to flag it to the local sections so they can also go into action.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. And then we have Tala.
Yes, Talha, event manager. So during NP1, it was stated that, for everyone, yes, thank you for reminding me. It was stated during NP1 that a lot of the amendments to the SOS have not been officially notarized. So I wanted to ask everyone, have you looked into doing this or working towards this potentially once your mandate starts, officially notarizing the changes to the statutes and standing orders?
It's not SNA's job to do that, it's the NB's, so the question is
It's the NBs? All right.
Yes.
Yes, then ignore my question then. Yeah.
Thank you very much for flagging this. Okay, so if this is it, then thank you very much for the question round. All right, so now we proceed with the candidacy of ISA candidate section, Arnhem presentation. So I would like to invite the representatives of the candidate section on the stage.
Okay, how can we scroll
Yeah,
this on?
so the mic, but just
Okay.
click forward. The mic is here.
Great. Okay.
And the time starts.
Okay. Hello, everyone. That's really nice to see you. It's our first time participating in this, and we're really happy to see that all the people engage, and it's really a nice atmosphere here. We're a bit newbies, so we're a bit lost, but this is really nice. So we want to start with saying who we are. We are ISA, International Student Association in Arnhem, connected to Han University of Applied Science. All of us are communication students, bachelor degree. So basically, I'm the president of the organization. My name is Elizaveta. Nice to meet you.
My name is Celine, and I'm the vice president.
My name is Timofey, and I'm a marketing director.
This is a very funny mic, I'm sorry. So basically, these are our values that we cherish. We're creating a new friendships. Also, we're gathering a community specifically in our city because there is like lack of people communicating and networking with each other. We're also trying to maintain the well-being, and also events and activities are a main part of our procedure that we do from day to day. Also, home away from home is something that we're really trying to keep up with, because all of the students come to Arnhem. It's a small city. They don't know anything, and it's very important to maintain that. Also, memorable experience, of course. This is our logo. This is our motto. We bring people together. We're a student-led non-profit organization, so it's student for students. We connect to Han University of Applied Science, and we create inclusive community for internationals, exchanges, and just regular full-time students in our university. Throughout events, which is our main activity, and membership in our organization, ISA helps students feel more welcome, more connected to surroundings, and also supported in every their step. We found a home in each other because it's very important for us. We're students from different countries, different backgrounds, and we have a completely different interests sometimes. It can be engineering and media design combined, and it's completely fine with us. A little bit of history. We were based in Arnhem in 2006, so it's pretty long ago. I was not even born yet. We are created by students and for students. As you see, this organization is the same age as me. That's cool, right? That's our main board for right now. That's me. Nice to meet you, Celine, Timofey, and also our treasurer, Lubov. She's a newbie in our team. She's not here today, unfortunately, but that's still nice to mention her. What we do, it's mostly events and parties for students because we want to add to their day-to-day life, and we want to bring some creativity to them. We also want to show them that it's fun in Arnhem, because Arnhem is pretty small. It's not like Amsterdam, you know. So our biggest event during year is Christmas Gala. We have one of the biggest venues arranged. We have a good contact with them. We encourage students to dress to impress. We take a lot of pictures. We're playing a really nice music. For example, last year we also had prizes for the best male, female, and just for the best couple costumes and dances. That was really nice. Then our signature party is a white t-shirt party. We ask all of the students to come in a white t-shirt that they like, and we give out them the markers, and the whole night in the club they can draw some little notes or some little drawings on each other, so it's creating more memories that are tangible. Then what is, of course, Week of the International Students is very important for us. We usually closely collaborate with Han University, our university, during that. We create our own party, but also engage in activities like bowling, pool, and park hangouts that are created in collaboration with our uni.
Here's the Halloween. It's one of the funniest parties that we have during the year. Everyone is dressing up because we have a competition for the best costume of the night. We hire the photographer, so we make a lot of pictures for a lot of people. And then the next day, everyone can watch them on stories and vote for the best costume. And we give like a little gift for them. Usually it's like a discount card or like a nice gift from Gull & Go. Here you can see our Insta. Basically, it's like a wrap up of everything that we do. We post every announcement of the event there. Also, we post recaps of pictures. You can see me. Sometimes we do it in Rembrandt, and the press, the local press is coming and also taking picture of us. So we have pretty much a big network in our city. It's very important to us to keep up with that. And this is usually the slide that we use to engage with people during introduction weeks. That's how we usually attract someone to volunteer to be in our organization. All right, I'm gonna do this pretty quick. So we really feel that the values of ESN and ISA resonate. We both want to create a open and welcoming community where students can also meet new people. And you know how it is, like coming to a new country and not knowing anything. So basically that's what we want to do. Yeah, and it's very important to mention that we have a rich history. We were created in 2006, so we do want to use our local network and our experience also together with ESN. So why does it align with the mission and values of ESN? We do have this same mission. We do want to provide a welcoming space for international students, Erasmus, also local students, everyone. Everyone is included. We're open to anything. We're all for diversity, and we really want to make this a nice environment for everyone. And yeah, we're students, helping students. I mean, how else would you want to be approached, So the transition from ISA to ESN, we basically want to keep our identity, and we still want to, keep our history, basically. It doesn't mean that ISA fully has to disappear, but yeah, we just want to combine it with ESN, and we just want to do amazing things together. Yeah, to move forward, we want to learn more about ESN's value, of course. We have read all your manuals. It's a lot of things, but of course, in practice, it doesn't. We still don't know yet, of course, how everything will go. This is our first time here, so it's still different to see how everything works in practice than in your in theory, let's say. Yeah, so we slowly want to introduce ESN Arnhem and yeah, make a new identity, and hopefully we can join. And yeah, thank you so much.
Also, thank you for being wonderfully punctual. You can either stay there or you can take a chair and sit in the front, whatever you prefer.
Let's take a chair. People don't see us here.
Okay. Okay, so you can come to the light side.
Yes.
All right.
Stay in the dark side, we have cookies.
Oh, wow.
All right, so the speakers list is open. Just 1 second. Yes. Okay, so we have the first question from Max from ESN Amsterdam.
Good. Can I do one after the other?
You first ask the first question and then they answer.
All right. Max, ESN Amsterdam. First of all, thank you guys for coming. It's amazing to have you all here. I had a couple questions, but I'll start with the first one. I'm not sure if I missed it, but how big is your network actually? How many students do you have? How many members? All that kind of stuff. All the stats. I want to know the stats.
You mean the members inside the ISA? Yeah. Usually we have around 13 people, but it's vague because we also hire people like twice a school year in September and February. So sometimes it's Erasmus students who come only for half a year. But usually it's somewhere around 13 people, excluding the board.
Okay, thank you. My second question was, it seems like you guys are sorry, peeps. It seems like you peeps are doing like fine by yourselves and everything. You know, you organize great events. It seems like. So why join our network? What would you gain from it?
Okay, ESN reached out to us, and we are very well known with ESN. I did my Erasmus in Spain, and I had the best time of my life because of ESN. Thank you for that. I think it's a nice opportunity to collaborate. We mentioned that before in our presentation. And I think that if we combine both our experiences, because we have the network in Arnhem, but ESN also brings a huge network. So I think for a small city like Arnhem, we can use our expertise and our experience together with ESN in Europe, let's say, or all of you guys, you know? So yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then we have Talha.
Just a general question. I wanted to ask Talha, event manager. Just a general question. I wanted to ask what you think of this NP, what your experience has been so far. What are your first impressions? How are you feeling?
I think we can all have our own opinion on this. For me personally, it was not how I expected it to be, because you guys use a lot of different terms and like you're so formal, and I do love it. It's really cool. You guys are really structured. It's amazing. It's just something that we were not really expecting, but of course, it's still good to see how that goes for me. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, it's a little bit chaotic for us because exactly. We were not expecting it, but it's really nice because you have all of the manuals and all of the schedules in advance. So you can see how the work is built, who is speaking, how it works. That's really nice that you have rules, even though we're still trying to remember all of them. Sorry if we're breaking a couple of them. We're trying. So yeah, but it's lovely. It's actually lovely, and the weather is helping a lot. So that's really nice to come here, even though all of the trains were canceled for some reason. That was really interesting experience for the first time to come here. Is it happen always?
Well, yeah, for me personally, it was also an amazing experience because I got the sense of family, that it is a huge family and you all are together and connected, and this is so cute. Yeah, of course, we're not that used to like such big venues and big events, but it was really nice to meet you all and be there.
Thank you very much. I propose to close the speakers. Is there an objection? Okay, so Tala, you're still writing. Is anyone apart from Tala writing? Okay, so after Tala, I propose to close the speakers. Is there an objection? Okay, so the speakers list is closed after Tala. You can write your question and I'll close it. In the meantime, I'll give the word to Jasper.
Hello. Hi. Let me open my question. Yes, so you mentioned already, I reached out to your university in Arnhem. So I already had the pleasure of working a little bit with you, but also with your IRO, your International Relations Officer. Yes, exactly. We know her. Could you give everybody here as well more details on what your relationship with them is, what your institutional support and financial support, for example, is?
Yeah, of course. First of all, ISA was based in the university, so we were created with their help. It's actually their job to build us from the very beginning, in 2006, like back there. But we very, very close. Almost all of the events that we have, we usually discuss it with them. And we have kind of a planning list for a year where we collaborate. For example, in June, there'll be a Global Garden Night that is created by our university. And we create this together. They help us with the activities, organization of all of that, because we also want to know how to properly do it inside the university. Because when it is hiring a venue, for example, a club, this is a different story. So they help us a lot, they guide us. Also, for example, printing the posters, they do it for us. Thank them very much because it's free for them. This is really nice. About financial part, I'm not completely sure what they do, but what is the question? Oh, the HAN, they give us fundings.
Is that what you're asking? Yeah, okay. Not all the time, of course, we have to fight for it, but of course they are very helpful. Also, I wanted to mention that, yeah, our relationship is really close. Of course, it was established in the HAN, but made or created by students. It was initiated by students, let's say. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much. Then we have Ella.
Ella, ESN Twente, this is a question for everyone. How do you think your association will change if you transition into an ESN section?
Basically, we're just definitely going to scale up because we already have a pretty much established basement, but ESN is a huge opportunity for us to grow because we do recognize that you guys have a big brand and big name, and students want to see this when they come to the university. So basically, our first step, we're going to see it forward more because it's just very chaotic for now, but still. Basically, yeah, we're just going to apply with the value of you and values of ours and brand it to the students. And we're going to help them to understand what exactly we are bringing, because ESN going to help us a lot with that, because ESN known everywhere and they will realize what we stand for.
We actually have students asking if there's ESN in Arnhem, and we unfortunately have to tell them all the time, no, we don't have it. It's really sad, and yeah, that's why we also want to bring this opportunity to them.
Okay. Thank you very much. Then we have again Jasper.
All right, thank you. In the presentation, you made a comment specifically about wanting to keep your identity and your history. Could you elaborate a little bit more on that? Because obviously, if you do join the network eventually, you will have to change your identity in that sense, right?
Of course, but I was more saying it as if, like, in the transition, we want to do it smoothly and not so abrupt. Like, okay, right now we are ESN. No, we want to do it step by step. And I think that we do share the same values, and our main purpose is to do everything that we can in order to make the student feel at home. And that's what we want to build.
Well, we are not refusing the logo and merchandise. I think that's what you're asking for, actually. No, we don't refuse it. It's just we don't want to, students go to bed and then wake up and we are suddenly ESN. This is definitely not what they were expecting, because we already have some stuff planned. But it's going to be more of we going to absorb into you guys. So we're still going to keep up with the main activity as parties and galas and Woties weeks. So we're going to do this as our main course, but we're also going to expand in more like workshops, trips, everything that you guys help to support students there. So yeah, that's more like this. But definitely, we're going to take the logo. Never going to refuse this opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much. Kieran.
Okay.
So, Kieran, ESN Zwolle. I have a question. You three are really willing to change into ESN, really motivated, but does the rest of your volunteers think about this change? Are they really willing to change into ESN? Because you have a rich history over 20 years. So, can you tell us a bit more about what they think about it?
Oh yeah, of course. First of all, they're happy. I'm going to reply quick. But also, just right after ESN reached out to us, we had the talk with, first of all, international office, how we can arrange this all in official level. But then we also tell to Jasper when we had the meetings that we first need to discuss it with other board members and with other volunteers that we have. So we had a meeting. We usually have it like once every 2 weeks, but then it was something urgent. We called all of them, saw them kind of personally, and we told them the whole situation. What are we actually planning? How it's gonna look? For example, we're gonna change the logo. We told them is this in advance that we are planning this path to take. And they were all happy about that because you know what? They're also internationals and they also want to see ESN in the city. So that was an amazing opportunity and we both agreed.
Yeah, that's the sign that.
Sorry.
But you have been slaying most of the answers up to
Okay,
like
okay.
45 seconds, so yes, it's all
We're
good.
gonna get it in some time.
You're doing very well. Good job. Anyone else would like to answer? Okay. Then we have Talha.
Covered by Jasper.
Perfect. And then we have Jasper.
So thank you. Here comes the hardest question. No, this is just as a final appreciation for having you here. It's honestly been really great to have you here. I'm so proud of how you've handled all of this. From the moment I started talking to the university there and you got involved, it was just been basically just like, yeah, let's go, let's do this. And the enthusiasm for joining the network is really admirable. I just love that you have all of that. It's also so nice to see whenever you're presented here and the way you conduct yourself, that those values that you hold align so well with what we already stand for. And if it were up to me, I think you would be an amazing addition to the network.
Yes, thank you for inviting us. This was amazing.
We can take care of it.
Looking like He's almost there. Doing very well. Okay, so now we would then like to invite you to take back to your seats, and I would like to invite Anna to present the next topic. Anna?
Yeah, apparently I'm. Oh, can you come over there? Okay, great. This will not take very long. We've all seen it coming. It's time that we officially remove ESN in Holland Haarlem. And I'm going to explain why. If I just tap for the next slide. Okay. For those of you who have eyes, you'll have noticed that Haarlem isn't here, and they haven't been here since the very beginning of this mandate. Reason being, as you may know, they don't have a board, and their university does not intend to recruit a new board. What does this mean? It means that functionally they don't exist, and they're not going to ever re-exist. It's a shame. But in order to do our due diligence, I checked with the SNA. We will do the official procedure to actually vote them out. Just to be clear and make sure that we're not missing anything with our statutes, they are aware that we're doing this. This isn't a jump scare, and by they, I mean their RRO, which again, does not intend to recruit a new board, ever. If you're very curious, you can see the grounds for the expulsion listed below there on the slide. I'm not going to read it all out, but essentially, because they don't have a board, they can't fulfill their membership requirements, therefore we can expel them. And that's what I propose to do tomorrow. I hope that's clear. If there are any questions, you can ask them, but it's just a matter of correct procedure. Jesper.
Yeah, the comment is okay, but keep in mind that the no question round is foreseen for this session, and you can ask questions informally after the end of this.
Yeah, you can come up to me if you have a question.
Yes, please.
Yeah, also, just please, and I also want to add that on the KVK, the Chamber of Commerce, they're already dissolved. One of the requirements for being in the section is also have legal registration. So, one more reason.
Yeah, and also one final comment. Anecdotally, we were talking to NB so National Board alumni from like 6 years ago, and they were asking, is ESN Haarlem still present? So since then, the In Holland project was stopped during COVID, so it was a long time coming. Just like it happened with In Holland Diemen and In Holland Rotterdam. Probably most of you don't even know about these.
Okay.
Even I don't know.
Okay, so that's it.
Thank you.
All right. And now we proceed to the candidacy for NP1, and I would like to invite the candidates for NP1 to the stage. Okay.
How long? Seven minutes. Yes. Microphone. You want that one?
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Me and ESN Twente together have applied to OC, the upcoming NP1, and we would like to present our proposal and our candidacy, the outlined ideas that we have and the program we've come up with. Yes, that was the first slide. Firstly, why Enschede? What makes Enschede special, and why do we want you to come to our city? Firstly, we've been organizing NP1 consistently over the past few years. This year we couldn't, but yeah, we feel like you should get the opportunity to see our city, since this year there weren't any national events in Enschede, and a lot of people might avoid going to Enschede because of the distance from their cities. And we want to change that by organizing NP1 and showing you what the city has to offer, and more specifically, what our campus has to offer. Because usually when people come to our campus for the first time, we hear a lot of compliments about the campus itself, about how big the campus is, the facilities that we have, and our NP will primarily be taking place on this campus. So yeah, once we go over the proposal, you'll find more information about the venues and such. I would quickly like to introduce the OC. So yes, I'm Talha, event manager, and
I'm Ella, the president of ESN Twente.
I'm Ankush, secretary of ESN 20.
I'm Akın, the treasurer of ESN Twente.
Hey, and I'm Naz. I'm the current PR and media at ESN Twente.
yes, now quickly going over the roles that each of us have. I'm the head of OC and also the venue coordinator.
And I am vice head of OC, and I will be in charge of catering and accommodation.
I'm social program manager.
The finance and partnership coordinator. I will be in charge of all the accounting.
Yeah, communication coordinator, or all the creative and fun stuff.
Yeah. So let me quickly guide you through our packages. We offer 3 packages to the participants, starting from 60 euros up to 120 euros. The package 1 is the full package, includes 2 nights of accommodation in our lovely wooden cabins in our wonderful green campus, starting from Friday to Saturday. Our package 2 is suitable for people who want to join us on Saturday morning and looking for a one-night stay in Enschede. And our final package is for ones who want to join NP1 on Saturday morning and they don't need an accommodation.
Yeah, and this is the general agenda that we planned for you. If you get the full package and you're supposedly arrive on Friday, and we have a campus tour, of course, and we have the opening ceremony that day. And for Saturday, we have unique editions of International Coffee Break, which we will talk about more in a bit, and the section market.
So we'll be having a campus tour on Friday. All participants are welcome from 4:30. There will be an opening ceremony to formally open MP1. Before that, our check-in to accommodation from 2 to 8 p.m. Yeah, and the dinner after campus tour. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you'll see Bubbles having coffee now. We'll have international coffee break to help international guests feel welcomed in Enschede. They can bring some snacks from their home.
Yes, and then as I've mentioned earlier, we will have a section market. So each section during the market will have their own stand where they can present interesting things about their section, such as merchandise, posters from local events, etc. And we'll be explaining the venues where this will take place. And now, yeah, venues. Firstly, the accommodation. If you were at NP1 last year, you will recognize this. These are the cabins of our campus. This has a maximum capacity of 116 people, so more than enough. And this is how the cabins look in the interior. We have 12-person and 16-person cabins. The opening ceremony is taking place in Vrijhof Amphitheater, which is a theater in our campus. So once again, everything's quite close. And this is a 9-minute walk from the accommodation. And this is how the building looks on the outside.
Yes, this is stall. This is where we'll be having dinner, Kobo, social program on Saturday evening. And this is the stall on the outside. It's the same location as the cabins. This will be our plenaries. It holds up to 120 people with a lot of projectors. It's in the same building as the section market, where each section will have a stand table. And this is the exterior of the building. These are all the locations on the map. All the locations are on campus. They're 12 to 18 minutes apart. Yeah.
After the opening ceremony, we'll be having a chill board game night on Friday. And on Saturday, we'll be having a Kobo for our newly elected national board. And it's going to be a team party after that. And apart from that, we are going to keep something chill, like movie night or something, so that others can enjoy too.
Food, very important. We'll be having grocery items for breakfast, cheese, bread, ham, cereal. For Saturday lunch, we'll be having a large poke bowl. Saturday dinner, we will be having a Chinese Indonesian buffet. And for Sunday lunch, we'll be having food from homemade. Dietary restrictions, of course, we will take that into account.
We're reaching the, all right. All right, we have to cut the video in the middle since we're out of time. But yes, that video was NP120 last year, just to show you how we organized it last year. A lot of the locations in the video are the same ones that we have now, like the plenaries and Techno Hall. That's it for our presentation. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. You can either stay here or, as the previous candidates, take a chair, whatever you prefer.
We'll stay here.
Okay, okay. So then we have the first question, which is from Phoebe.
Hi, my question is for Tala and Ella. If you manage to get elected as NB, so this is the scenario, or seeing NP as NB is a last resort, and that means that there is a lot of work that you need to do, and this means that you're not available for your fellow NB members during the time you're going to be at the NP, and you're also going to be your first NP. I think it's really difficult to do at the same time. I think Jasper can testify to that with NP2. And you're also going to be head and vice head of C. Considering that, how do you plan to handle emergencies that would happen while you are, for example, facilitating a session, giving a presentation, or engaging with the participants as NB? And how is this going to impact your productivity if elected as national board?
Yes. Well, it has been done before by Jasper. So what we will do is we will delegate the task and make sure that during our presentations and during the time that we are at the plenaries, that you will contact the other OC members, and we will also rely a lot on more help volunteers on helping organizing. We will do our very best to make sure everything is organized and that no slip-ups happen. We will also organize like scenario A, scenario B, so that things can run smoothly without us, and there's always something to fall back on. Yeah.
Yes, a lot of the things I was about to say, same as Ella. We are not the only ones in the OC. Of course, we have the amazing board of ESN Twente at our OC as well. And with effective delegation of tasks, we can still be able to manage the workload, not just as OC, but also volunteers, like she said, having volunteers on the day to help with a lot of things, for example, for moving tables or arranging coffee breaks, having volunteers. And yeah, as for being in the NB and OC at the same time, I also see benefits in this, for example, in terms of communication between both parties. I believe it can be more streamlined in that way, and there's a lot of benefit in that regard. Also, being able to OC in a national event while also being in the NB, I kind of want to also lead by example and encourage sections, show them that OCing is not that scary, it's not that intimidating, and if I can do it and Ella can do it while also being in the NB, then you local sections, you can also hopefully be encouraged to do it just like us, and just making the concept less scary.
Thank you. Okay. John Lee, but also based on how you phrased it, I believe it's covered. Okay, then ask the other half then.
Yeah. Hi, John Lee, COA. Thank you for the question. So it was already partly answered. So I was wondering, will the new board be joining your NP as well, or will they be more helping out as volunteer if you are going to be board? The both of you.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Basically, for the new boards, your babies, will they then be more helping out with OCing, or will they just participate as participant for the national platform?
So I really hope that they will join as volunteers. I think it would be too much of a burden to ask them to be part of the OC officially and to be responsible for like the major things. But if we give them very specific tasks that we can delegate to, I think that would be really nice, because this is also their first experience at the NP, and I would like them to join as a participant. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So just clarify, half-half.
Yeah, half-half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
John Lee, can you also write the question on the GA app for the sake of the minutes?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm not gonna mark it as complete yet. And then we have Lea.
I have a question about the opening ceremony. What is your vision for that? Like, what does that entail?
Yes, so the opening ceremony is to formally open the NP, and we're thinking of having, for example, presentations from some of the stakeholders of ESN Twente. If we're able to secure sponsorships, then having some of our partners present at ESN Twente as well, some presentations about Enschede as a city, University of Twente, inviting some of the international officers from the university representatives, a speech by the rector. So these kinds of things we would like to have in the opening ceremony, and also some speeches from the NB. Yeah, that's what we have in mind right now for the opening ceremony.
It's more of a formal thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else who is signing themselves? Okay, we can wait. In the meantime, John Lee, did you manage to write the question?
Yeah, I was wondering how.
You have to edit the question, yes, exactly.
Where can I edit?
Okay, can you just send me the question on WhatsApp? Thank you. We have, I don't know, Julia or Julia? From ESN Twente.
Where?
Julia. Okay.
It's just Twente. Oh, it's a very long time ago. Julia, SNA or Twente, whatever you want. So according to our EPP, the limit for package 2 is 638 and yours is 90. Whoa, who has respond? Fuck, I'm gonna finish first. Why is that? And also for those sections, that means that has to be voted in.
Before answering, there's a comment. Jasper? You have
You want to answer?
Yeah. You want the answer for
Jesus. Jasper is an NL. That's correct. That's one of the things we're changing in the EPP. Tomorrow we're going to be voting on all of these changes. The vote for the new EPP will be before the vote for this. So the new EPP will apply as far as I understood. And, okay, before this.
Okay, because in your new EPP, it says that they have to give a justification,
Which is not there. But
which is not there.
Could you repeat your comment?
Why is your package too expensive?
As far as I'm aware, according to our EPP, it's expected to be the value you said, around 60. And if it's higher than that, then it needs to be voted in by the sections. And to my understanding, that is what we'll be doing. We'll be voting on the package prices and the proposal of the candidacy. So it is being voted in, to my understanding.
Yeah, so because we're voting on the new EPP, that means that the new EPP counts when we vote on MP1.
if it passes.
If it passes, let's assume it passes, otherwise Jasper will cry. Sorry. So that means that, which is totally valid that you didn't catch this, but that does mean that you need to give a justification according to the new EPP for why this package is more than the 68.
So what is the justification?
Yeah. Do you have a budget?
Yes, we have our budget plan already in the application, which is available for everyone to see in the GA app. The reason it's 90 euros and yeah, it's more expensive is simply because of the way we budgeted, the meals we chose, and yeah, the social program. So all those costs together just simply end up being the price that we have right now. And yeah, that's the package price we have. It's just how our budget ended up after we, for example, contacted the booking office, had an overview of all the costs, then this is the result we need to have a balanced budget. That's our justification.
Thank you. Seems justified.
Is there anyone else who is signing themselves up to the speakers list?
I mean, I would like to ask a question, but I can't write it.
You can ask the question and then you can write it on the J app. Or just write it down on WhatsApp.
I will send it. On
Okay, yeah, you have the word.
Tom, international guest. Can you elaborate more about the theme that you mentioned? What is the theme going to be about? How do I need to envision that?
So the theme is kept secret for now. We will reveal it, but it is in October, so we have like a lot of time until the MP. Don't worry, you will find out.
Yes, we'll definitely have a theme. For now, this is our proposal for the logistics of the NP, but as for more specific details like theme, they will be revealed soon.
Well, thank you very much. I propose to close the speakers list. Is there an objection? All right, so the speakers list is closed. Thank you very much. A round of applause, everyone. Okay, so now we proceed with the SIM candidates presentation, and I would like to invite the candidates on stage.
I will speed on it. We'll see.
7 minutes?
7, perfect. Yes, I am back again as well. I will try to be very quick for SIM. This is our candidacy. For those who don't know, it's our summer introduction meeting, so like a national platform, but a bit more chill than during the summer. Yes, so we have a scouting theme. Scouting is an important part of the Dutch youth for many, and generally scouting organizations also have roughly the same values and ideas as we do. And our accommodation would be a scouting centrum, so it fits perfectly, especially with all the new ESN members. Scouting is very much based on teaching new people in the organization new stuff. Yes, the organizing committee, I am the head of OC, then you can see Shalaka and Samita there as well as part of the OC. We know that it seems like relatively not a big OC, but since SIM is relatively more chill than MP1, it should be fine. And we are very experienced with hosting all kinds of national events, and we will also have, of course, volunteers joining us in helping in the actual facilitation, but not in the organizing wise, since that's not that much work, if you ask me. our motivation, we can never really host like MPs or SIM in general because we don't have hostels in Delft. But for once, finally, the Scouting Centrum is free and available, so we are going to use that. We also want to show the new board, similarly to Taha and Ella, that it's really not hard to host events. And I have a very personal motivation. With this head of OCing, I complete all national events as head of OC, so I really not need to complete this hat trick. Yes, so the proposed date is the 3rd to the 5th of August. I offered in our application 2 dates. Since then, I fixed it to this because I wanted to reserve the Scouting Centrum, and I don't think anyone has any opinions about this anyway. Then yes, the accommodation. So the Scouting Centrum, currently we reserved 1 house, which is maximum 34 people. But of course, on demand, we can rent more houses. But if this gets known to us too late, then it might be too late to rent out more houses. So we will see how that goes. We have communal showers, big kitchen for breakfast and dinner, and the whole house would be for us. It is unbelievably cheap. It's 18 euros and 20 cents per person per night. However, there is like one thing, participants will have to bring their own bed linen, so like the sheets and stuff, but I think everyone has them at home anyway, so I do not feel like that this is really a big problem, and we can also have some on standby in case someone forgets. Plenaries venue, yes, as always, when we do national events in Delft, it will be on the TU Delft campus in one of the buildings. Which one, I don't know, but they are always free and available to book, especially during the summer, so I will just choose one. And then meals, breakfast, it will be the usual stuff. Coffee breaks, it will be the usual stuff. And then on dinner day 0, so like on Monday, we would cook a simple meal together at the accommodation since it has the kitchen. And I also think it's a very nice bonding activity for everyone. You should think of something like a pasta or something that you can make in like big batches. And then on lunch on day 1, so Tuesday, it would be simply meals. So we will just have it delivered to the plenaries. And then at the end for dinner, it would be barbecue or open grilling together at the accommodation because they also have that option. And then the second day lunch, which is Wednesday, probably we will have burgers from one of the local restaurants, but this is still subject to change if I find a better option. Social programs. So on Monday, it would be just a chill evening with board games, painting, beer pong, like basically anything that you would like to do to make it kind of like a house party vibe, but like also as an option to everything. So everyone can have something that they want to do. And then on the second day as a social program, we would have a karaoke night at our partner, or for those who want to chill, they can play board games at the accommodation. The very good thing, this bar is literally 2 steps away from our accommodation. So everything will be basically on the TU Delft campus. You can get to everywhere in like 5 to 10 minutes. And then, yes, just like throughout the whole thing, we would have like a scouting badge, challenge games. So basically, for those who don't know, usually scouts can earn like little badges that show that they are like developing their skills and like growing in the organization. And basically, this would be similar to like the families kind of thing, but a bit more interactive and a bit more focused on like new people getting introduced to ESN. Yes, so money. Well, I only have 2 packages because I have some thoughts about this. One thing is that we cannot rent rooms per day. So we rent just the whole house for both days. So it's not really possible to separate the 2 costs. And honestly, if we get voted, then I can consult with the national board of how it was in the previous years. But I cannot really anticipate of who will be there for the whole 2 days and who won't. And I don't want to make the prices too unfair for those who attend 2 days, who would have to, in return, pay more just because other people only attend 1 day, if you get what I mean. And also, it's just in general, I think, very cheap. So I don't really see a reason that this would cause any problems. And yes, I did not put a package without accommodation. I can do that. This would be minus 36 euro to the 75, just for you to know. And the budget note, well, I cannot put the whole budget into it, but please check out the application on the G app and then you can see the whole budget. There is one small change that I adjusted the cost for breakfast and coffee breaks and day one dinner because for some reason I was very optimistic on the prices. I don't know why, but now it's a bit more reasonable, but overall that adds like €7 in participation fee compared to what you see on the application budget. So it's nothing substantial. Yes, thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. So now, let me just check. The speakers list is open, and you can add your questions.
Good question so far.
Is anybody writing a question?
Okay, love the agreement.
I didn't see any hints raised. If anybody is writing a question. All right.
Love to hear it. Thank you.
Okay, so just out of a procedural perspective, I would propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? Perfect, so the speakers list is closed. Thank you, Dani. And now we proceed to the last part of today's day, which is the moment without the candidates. So for this part, we would like to invite the candidates to leave the room, but since this is also a closed topic, the international guests and any guests that are not members of the association or are not statutory bodies will have to leave the room. And a disclaimer, the CT can stay because we're under NDA. Yes. Members of ESN The Netherlands can stay. International guests and any other guests have to go.
There's a procedural over there. Talha?
Is this only candidates or all candidates?
All candidates, all candidates. Yes. All candidates have to leave the room.
Please, also the local board candidates for next year should also leave.
They're not members now. But they're not voted out. I don't know if they are. We have to check all of them individually. No, but it's because they're not member of ESNNL, and otherwise we would have to check if all of them are active members. Would you want to do that now? I think we don't have time now.